right? I mean, that's why I did it, just to have that gavel. Good morning, everyone. We can go ahead and call this Committee on Appointments to order at 8 o'clock. Good to see everyone today. Good morning. So we have a few discussion items. We don't have any resolution items, and I also see Mr. DeLong in the gallery. So we feel very important, Mr. DeLong, that you've joined us again. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. It's, it's 8 o'clock. But yes, it is, and it's an important work. So let's first take this first agenda item, colleagues, discussion of Parks and Advisory Board appointment. And I'm going to actually turn to Commissioner Reppart, because I know you serve on that board, or you?
No.
No, you
No.
go to it sometimes?
I just have been interested in
You have
it.
been very interested in focus on the board.
Yes.
So, okay.
And we had a lot of people, not a lot, we had a few people drop off of it, so we've been talking about how we can replace them. I had a conversation this week with Max Gibbs, who
Yes.
is very active, was very active with GRPS. He's reapplying for our museum and art museum board. But still has extra time to give and would be interested. And Daniel said his PIF is in the vetting process, and I would love to see him moved
Okay.
forward to serve on that board.
Great.
Yeah, Max is a good man. He used to be my instructor in high school.
Is that right? Yeah, he's a very good person. But he's
yeah.
also,
This is for Parks and Rec.
for the Parks Advisory Board, yeah. Which I think we still have 2 more vacancies on it, maybe?
Yeah.
3, okay.
Now, in reading the material, we had already vetted at 2 people, and they were ineligible.
No, we had some people that were interested. Well, actually, we had a full board, and then I think there were about maybe 2 or 3
Left.
who had left the board, either, new jobs or just, wanting to put some focus on some other things. I think there was an entrepreneur in the mix that she had started or doing some stuff with a nonprofit. So I think we had talked to some people, but I don't think there was anybody vetted yet.
Fully vetted it.
What'd you say?
Said 2 applicants were fully vetted it.
I think there was some confusion as two applicants were fully vetted. However, it had come to our attention that they were non-residents.
Right.
And residency is a requirement of this board.
Right.
So unfortunately, they are not eligible to serve.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I
Okay.
I
Thank
took,
you.
but I was concerned because I think sometime we had a short conversation about who can be on boards that are not residents.
Yeah.
And so I was someone under the impression that this wasn't one of them, which it isn't.
So I've also had a conversation with Hannah Miko, not about this particular board, but I think that she would be a very interesting candidate as well. I don't know the other 3 people on that list, but. And it would be great if we could get a 3rd ward appointment in there.
I will look for you a 3rd ward appointment.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, and I'm glad to see this on here because then it allows us to have this discussion in the body about what are, a little bit, and maybe that's even an opportunity for the future as we take, we have a whole year as we look, and I'm not sure where we all will be appointed. I hope that, we could talk to the mayor maybe to continue some of this work, some of the system change pieces. But what was I going to say? One more thing about this. With the role, they meet, do they meet like every other month, Commissioner, or do they meet every single month? Or Mr. Marquardt, would you come to the podium
that
for
would
a
be-
second, since, as the director, if you want to add anything, we should do that. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Yes, I'm sorry, what was your question?
The cadence of the meetings, monthly,
Oh,
bi-monthly?
right. Yes, so the board meets once per month, the Park and Recreation Advisory Board.
Okay.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Joel or Daniel, I believe there are 3 vacancies right now, is that correct?
I
vacancies.
show 2.
2 vacancies. So I'm mixing the 3rd because we do have a board member that terms off after
Okay.
the December meeting.
Okay.
So we're hoping to get these vacancies filled as soon as we can, so that we've got a full board, and we can continue to advance, some of the recommendations and the important work that the department is moving forward with.
Okay. And then that person who is terming off, are they prevented from another term due to the bylaws?
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. And are they, do you know what ward they're in? Just since we have you right here?
Second ward.
Okay, of course, okay. All right, we can work on that.
Great.
Great, well, thank you. And so it sounds like a recommendation would be to advance, I don't know Mr. Gibbs, but I know that you've talked about this appointment, to advance his appointment to be on our next agenda item if he is fully vetted.
I would love that.
Okay. So we don't vote on that, but that's a recommendation out of this body.
Correct.
But you have a PIF form and everything?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I do show Mr. Gibbs is a first ward resident and Miss Miko is a third ward resident.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know the other three individuals or how they came about to applying, so I don't know how to.
And
go
this is
through.
a mayoral appointment.
Right, so maybe she knows.
Yep. So I think usually just, I know we've talked to the mayor too about some of these
Right,
appointments, so.
I can ask her about these.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marquardt.
You're welcome.
All right. So I think we,
Point of order, sorry.
Yes.
Our records show that this is a city commission appointment.
oh, really? Okay.
Oh.
Per
So
ward or,
just as a whole,
okay,
so the recommendation from this body will go to the whole body as a whole.
okay.
Of course, the mayor is obviously more than welcome to put
Yeah.
input, but our records indicate that this board is a city commission appointment. If that's incorrect, I can connect with the Parks Department and verify.
Would you be willing, Daniel, to send these for PIFs to us to
They
review?
should be attached in
Oh.
the packet, but I'd be happy to send them again to you.
Yeah, if they are, I'm sorry, but
We can follow up today with the mayor, just so then we could do this expeditiously for the Parks Department and for the clerk's office, so. All right. Any other comments on this discussion item? Okay. Thank you. The next is our general standing discussion about openings, but I do want to ask Mr. DeLong to come up just for his time, because at our last meeting, we talked broadly about the Housing Trust Board. And I know that there's been a lot of activity since we met last month, so thank you, Mr. DeLong, and all others that were involved, to get communications out, to send information to us. And I think we are probably, hopefully, filling up with PIFs of those who have expressed interest. Daniel?
Oh, yes.
So people do read our news releases, so that's good to know.
That is good.
No, and I know that there was definitely some targeted approaches, Mr. DeLong, to specific partners and groups of individuals. I know some of us shared with that. I know, a reminder, it's, each one of our wards has an appointee, the city manager has an appointee, the mayor has an appointee. We've received those. I know the second ward has shared ours. I've talked to Commissioner Lanier last time, Commissioner Moody, but I don't know if you all have selected somebody for the third ward. And then Commissioner Repart, you had just shared with me too that you and Commissioner O'Connor have agreed on someone. It's just determining their desire or ability.
Yep.
So I say all that to frame this conversation. So Mr. DeLong, let me turn it over to you to provide any updates or things, but I appreciate the work that has been put in since we last met to be able to have this, sort of it looks like a strong group of individuals to choose from and our appointments. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson Yasasi. We, after our last meeting, we did two things. One, we worked on notice, and so as you described, we did send out a news release, and that went out to far and wide, went to our mailing list, went to all of you, and that was one thing that we did. We also took the extra step of doing direct mail, and through that direct mail, we probably went to, I would say maybe somewhere between 80 and 100 different individuals or groups to say, look, here's this opening, it's important. Please talk to your network
great.
and get some people in the pool. So it was broadly advertised and throughout the community. And so I think we, as Daniel said, we should be getting a fair number of pretty solid PIFs. And that'll be good for this board. And also we're trying to make appointments too. But those persons could also be candidates for other things too. So we'll see how that goes. So what we asked them to do was get their appointment, their PIFs in by the 19th. of November, so that staff had time to review them, so you could begin looking at them in December. And the goal is to get, it would be awesome if we could have the group appointed by the end of the year. But if it has to lag into January, that's okay. But, the idea was to hurry up and get this going, because we have some work to do in terms of orientation and getting people ready for doing the RFP for the ARPA money. So that was the first thing, the first part of the step we did. And then the second thing we talked about at our last meeting was, do we need a little more detail about what the board, the makeup of the board, and the terms, the initial appointments, are there term limits or not? And so on Committee of the Whole today, based on our discussion at your last meeting, we have a resolution that would amend the city commission policy to provide for those things. So we're providing for 3-year terms. There is a method for initial appointments. And also there's a section on term limits, basically saying we're recommending this board not have term limits, that we have some institutional memory on the board. And so people, those are the recommendations that are on Committee of the Whole.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you. And I know that was shared last time when we met, and we had a lighter agenda. The mayor was out, so it's good to hear that. And I think it seems like it's on track, and there's interest. And I would agree, Mr. DeLong, those that have applied but may not end up on the board, I think this body should, and work with the city staff to think about what's that right strategy for individuals. Not just, oh, hey, you're in the 3rd ward or 1st ward, and then you should go here, but perhaps we could do just looking into the PIF a bit more, and then do some outreach from there. So hopefully that is not in violation of anything, city clerk. So yes, I think so in a way, we haven't been able to hold events, sort of like open houses to talk about our openings. And so I appreciate just sort of the marketing and communications that went into this that will help all of our boards and bodies on city commission.
Thank you.
All right,
Any questions?
I think so.
All right.
covered it all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so colleagues, we could also continue to look at some of the openings, and there were some, I see city clerk has pulled up, if you remember, some of the disaggregated information we wanted to see on this. So thank you again, city clerk and Daniel for adding these things about whose appointment and those sorts of things. And some of them there's a seat for this body. And I also did want to discuss, I know we talked about, and Mr. Marquardt talked about the end of the year and some appointments. So do we have a list of all of those appointments that will be terming out in December?
Yes.
Okay. How many people is that?
Total over the 40-plus boards, it's about 100 spots.
Okay,
Through term limits, like Mr. Marquardt said, and other things like that. Some folks have decided not to reapply.
okay,
The lion's share are reapplying, so I will get those PIFs to the appointing authorities as soon as possible.
okay. Can we outline a deadline, just thinking about the holidays and thinking about, I don't want to impact any January meetings. And so I know we talked about, it sounds like we'll probably have a very busy last meeting in December, no matter what we do. So plan on a longer appointments meeting, but if we could know, like in the next week, out of that 100 or so, and that's obviously a lot of we have a lot of boards, so that's a lot, and then it's a lot of people. It would be good to prioritize those that we know are not going to re-up or who are unable to. So then I think we could give you some more time for those that we know are probably going to be more of a routine coming to us, that they have the ability to reapply. They, our assumption is that they've, been a good member, attendance, all those sorts of things. We believe that they'll come up. But if we could break out those that are going to go off because they don't meet the bylaw requirements anymore, or because they've said they're not interested, then I think that could put some priority for us colleagues in terms of where, and then that could give Daniel not feeling like, oh my gosh, all of these 100 have to be, right? So I want to provide some relief to that, because it is a big undertaking, and then prioritize those items.
And also, I know in the past, I can't remember if we did a virtual special meeting in 2020 with COVID, but we have held a special committee on appointments meeting to discuss end-of-year appointments.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to look into scheduling that sometime in early December if
Okay.
that would kind of lighten the load for all of us, you included, so.
I think if that is going to be most helpful to getting all these through, then I would suggest, yes, let's do the extra work that is required.
Great.
And then do the appropriate notices and those things, so.
Okay.
Yeah, and it sounds like we just have it's not 3 boards, it's 40 boards, is reminding people. So thank you for that diligence and putting some of these systems in place. Colleagues, do you have any questions for Daniel or the clerk about these year-end appointments?
I don't think so.
Sounds like we have a plan.
Just so you know, we do have a planning commission appointment. That opening that's there will be coming into the next meeting.
Okay.
So we have somebody who just got fully vetted.
Okay, yes, that's a mayoral appointment. Yep, okay, great, thank you. And you've shared that with her? Yes. Great. Wonderful.
She with me.
Yeah, she shared it
You
with
with you,
us.
yeah. You with her, she with her. You.
There was communication. Let's say that, so good. And then, so we've talked about the housing fund, we've talked specifically about the year-end appointments, which, I think is just something as we get to the last 3 months of the year, as we think about this board, what to keep on. And I think that will be my recommendation, colleagues. The mayor always makes new appointments to our bodies, but I think since the 3 of us have been working on some of these just foundational things, I'm going to ask her if she'll consider just keeping the 3 of us on appointments, if that's good with all of you.
Yeah.
To continue this work. And then, so the next is, as we look at any of the openings that we have on the list that the city clerk has up here, does anyone have any comments or things to consider?
Not outside of what we talked about.
Okay. We've talked a lot. We talked about planning, so that's always one. I still have somebody in the queue for BZA, Board of Zoning Appeals. They have not done the PIF, but I will continue. I have them on my to-do list to keep on asking them to make that happen. We talked about the Parks and Rec. And
Yeah, I do have. So public safety, remind your colleagues that don't have an appointment person to appoint, and those are annual, so. Commissioner Effort's good because his got approved late, and so.
Right late in the game.
But he needs to get reapproved again.
We reapproved it into
Okay.
next year because it was so late.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Oh, I thought we
So
said
Mr.
it.
Lim is okay through next
2022.
year. But everybody's, and I know whoever's on, probably, and Mr. Kettle and Ms. Cameron probably already did their PIF, so they should be fine. But everybody else who needs them should find a public safety person, because it would be nice to have a robust
Yeah.
community
So,
engagement.
2 comments about that. One, I know that Mr. Davis is going to be giving us an update about those public safety bodies, and that was some of the, I don't want to say wait and see, but we wanted to see how those were defined as it went into what was going to happen to public safety. I think we all have our own thoughts about what should happen there. So that's one thing, but it is good to, we can certainly share that with our colleagues, because I know that one of them is for the 2nd ward. And then, Mr. DeLong, since you're here, in your knowledge, is there a reason why we selected these to be 1-year appointments? Do we know from back when this was set up? Because this was under the 12-point plan that we added civilians to this body.
My understanding, or my guess, being I wasn't here either, is because it's set up in the standing rules, and all subcommittees of this
Like
are
ours.
annual.
Okay.
So they probably made those community members to follow that year.
That would be, I don't recall exactly, but I think Jill has an awesome theory there. And that's what I would, so I will vote for Jill's theory.
Yeah.
That absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
I'm sorry, I should have asked you first. We're just only have Mr. DeLong's institutional knowledge for so long, so I need to squeeze it all out. All right, so if there's no other items, colleagues, or city staff, then I think we can go ahead and adjourn this meeting. All right, thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Call the meeting to order here at 8:30. First item on the agenda this morning is going to be a resolution authorizing an agreement with Mel Trotter Ministries for an amount not to exceed $330,000 for an expansion of winter sheltering and day center and a personal storage operations.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Bohash, good morning.
Good morning, thank you. So this is something we've been working on for a few months now to ensure that we have ample bed space for the winter months for sheltering for our unhoused residents. And we have secured a location at 200 Division Avenue, and it's intended to be operational by December 1st. Again, we're really happy to be partnering with Kent County and Guiding Light to support those operations. So we'll include the actual overnight sheltering and day center operations for 6 months. Mel Trotter will be entering into an agreement, however, for 1 year, but will support 6 months of operation to get us through the winter months. And then along with that, we're trying something new, which is a pilot for personal storage of belongings for those who are guests at the shelter and those who are not guests at the shelter. This was an idea that was brought to us by the HOT team, who have been communicating with individuals in our community who have lots of contents and no place to put them. And so trying to help us in terms of trying to, maintain some safety for those with their personal belongings, as well as some cleanliness throughout the community. So we thought we'd try this pilot, and Mel Trotter was willing to put it at this facility during the length of their lease agreement. So we're working on that now. There will be access to that storage facility or storage space about 8 hours a day. It won't be it'll be in the early morning hours, afternoon, and then into in the evening. So it'll be open and closed, but provide access, and it will be secured.
Colleagues, questions for Ms. Bohash?
Mrs. Bojas, when you say storage space, are we talking about one large space where they have their stuff stored, or
So
different
the
multiple rooms?
concept that we are sort of finalizing right now is the use of refuse carts, recycling carts, and using those as actual, so to be like personal bins or carts that an individual then would sign out. And again, would be able to go and access on a daily basis or whenever they would want to do that. So you would have a personal cart
Right.
in a secure location.
I just have a quick follow-up too,
Yeah, go ahead.
Commissioner. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. My question is, so it was around the same thing. I think we've talked about like personal storage. I've heard lockers, those sorts of things. And so this would be for individuals, or like if there was a family, what would, like if there was other individuals, like two people that may be coming together, or is it like, no, this one person, you have this particular storage container?
So there will be small lockers for guests who are staying there to put
Okay.
small contents in, right? That's just part of your stay there. However, this is more of a true storage concept. So whether it's a family, an individual, they can choose how they would want to use that. And again, you would be assigned a cart.
Thank you.
I have two questions. One is, how many beds approximately how many folks will this serve?
About 80.
About 80 individuals, okay.
So
And
they're
then
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, go ahead.
About 80, and they're working on now, obviously, preparing the facility because it hasn't been occupied in a very long time. It was last Goodwill storefront. So there's some work that needs to be done, and Mel Trotter is working on that now. And that will also, once the work gets done and we can start outfitting it, we can also then determine more accurate capacity.
Okay, and obviously that's 80 in addition to the existing services that exist in
Correct.
our community, so there's 80 additional. And then the second question would be, obviously this is a city-funded project, which is great. People have been asking us about this, but this also, even though we are in partnership with Mel Trotter, some of the traditional requirements needed to stay in one of our existing service providers are not in place. There's no religious requirements.
Right, this would be low barrier.
Yep, okay.
Yep.
I just think that's important for people to know because there is, we often get criticism that that the services
Correct.
that are available are not necessarily available to everyone, given some personal beliefs. And so I just want to ensure that these dollars are being spent on something that's open.
And
to
also, those small lockers allow individuals to bring in legal content that typically would not be allowed in shelter when you would go to stay at a typical shelter for the night. So that allows them to keep those items stored until they leave. And then also couples. That's another area that we have, there's a need for, so that they can occupy. There will be space for couples as well.
Very good. All right.
I just had one other question,
Yeah, go ahead.
Commissioner. Thank you. You started talking and it made me think of one other thing. So from like an operational standpoint, and I think that's a really good point, Commissioner, about, sort of just the access, because that is a constant that we heard last year and certainly before I was on commission. But what would be, so you said the lockers for those that would be staying, but then the storage, would there be at a certain point, if people don't check in, do they get to keep it there? Have you all thought through some of those things? Or
Yeah, we're still working through all the details of how that will
Okay.
work. But yes, and the HOT team has done a wonderful job of researching other programs in the country as well. So we're taking sort of pieces and parts. But again, this is going to be a pilot for us and figure out how we can do it. So we're kind of going to get it started and probably keep building the airplane as we're flying it.
Thank you.
All right. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Bunch.
Thank you.
Item 2, resolution authorizing a budget substitution of $198,000 for energy, lighting, and communications underground electrical in Market Avenue.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported, Mr. Berkman.
Good morning, Commissioners. So we have been working with the Energy, Lighting, and Communications Division of ESD to make way for the undergrounding of additional utilities along Market Avenue while the road is opened associated with the sewer project. They're looking to install conduits, handholds, duct bank for undergrounding as well as for future capacity. And so this substitution moves the money into place to allow for that to happen. It's particularly in the area between Williams and the railroad tracks. And so we're requesting your approval of this move.
All right, colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Item 3, resolution approving an amendment to an October 12, 2021 resolution, proceeding number 91137, of an agreement between the City of Grand Rapids and the Interurban Transit Partnership, the RAPID, to purchase transit bus stop shelters to expand the purchase from 35 to 43 shelters with an increase not to exceed costs from $250,000 to $350,000.
So moved. Support.
All right, moved and supported. Mr. Kimura, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sorry for that long title, but these amendments tend to do that. But if you remember, a couple weeks ago, I brought to you a resolution to purchase 35 shelters through the RAPID. After we briefed you on that, the RAPID identified a couple more places where we could install these. So I'm here today to request an amendment to that to take it from 35 to 43 shelters and increase the not to exceed cost to $350,000. They'll still be pretty evenly spread across the wards, so 18 in Ward 1, 9 in Ward 2, 16 in Ward 3, and 23 total in the neighborhoods of focus. Because of the increased amount, we're going to change the installation plan a little bit. Rapid Facilities has other projects to balance around, so the first 20 will be installed by next September, and the remaining 23 by the following summer in June.
Very good. Colleagues, questions for Mr. Kimura?
No, I'm excited about it.
I just have a comment. We had some bench installations in Plainfield almost like a month ago, and I got a chance to meet, I think, one of our vendors of the bus shelters, which is a locally owned business, a minority contractor, and so I just wanted to say, appreciation to see like our purchasing and the programs, and to know that this investment is also impacting a small business in Grand Rapids, so thank you.
Great. I see my friend Bill Kirk out there. Good morning, Mr. Kirk. Thanks for being here, sir. I know I was giving Mr. Kimura a hard time at our last meeting about some of these bus stop shelters, and certainly encouraged and excited about providing these ways to make transit, ridership more dignified. Just, again, following up on that question about how do we maintain these? It's great to put in assets, but if we don't, if they're not plowed out, they're not shoveled out, they're not accessible, it seems kind of a futile effort. So
Yeah, so I can talk about that a little bit. So I did bring back up today, sir. But, I just want to reiterate, as I mentioned the last time, we have a new MOU that we signed with the Rapid for bus stop maintenance. So we signed that back in March, I believe. And, I fully admit we haven't tested that through a winter yet. I think we've got a pretty good plan in place there. So it stipulates a snow event is 2 inches in 24 hours. Shelters are handled in that MOU. So anything in the DID will be handled by the ambassadors. Anything outside the DID will be handled by the Rapid, with the exception of stuff connected to parking facilities for the Dash. Then the mobile GR maintenance team will take care of those. I know you talked about the pole stops. So, right now, there is, the spread and the volume of pole stops. It's about 800 within city limits, plus or minus. I think our best tool right now is we try and encourage neighborly actions. So when you're talking about clearing the sidewalk in front of your house, as ordinance requires, to, just push a little bit of snow there near the pole stop as well. As Bill will attest to, in the past few years, the Rapid has made some changes with concrete. So the majority of these pole stops have a concrete pad, so it's easier to shovel. You're not trying to shovel off the grass. We can work with neighborhood associations to provide some coordination. And, in the very worst cases, we have Next Step on tap. If we continue to get complaints, then we can, certainly send Next Step out to address those as well.
Well, yet again, I know that we have 800 transit stops. I mean, most of them are on streets that are busier, higher volume streets, right? So that means when a Mr. Hertz plow truck goes by at 35 miles an hour on that street, not at 20 miles an hour like it does on a side street. So the volume of snow ends up in those things. And I mean, if it's not taken care of and you all ask us to plow out our fire hydrants, to make sure that our fire department has access to hydrants. Well, I have two of them on my fire. It's really hard. I have a 2-stage snowblower. It's really difficult for me as a reasonably healthy 40-year-old guy to do that. Like, I can't imagine some of our elderly neighbors having to go out there and try to ask them to go shovel out a bus stop on, Plainfield Avenue. It's not going to happen. So it feels like we just need to have a better plan long term. And I get that there's been a lot of changes made, and I appreciate those, and I appreciate the investments we're making. But if we're going to, really say we believe in transit as a 12-month-a-year enterprise here in the city of Grand Rapids, we have to find better solutions than just we'll see. Hopefully some neighbors will step up and do the right thing, because, we ask our neighbors to do a lot of things, whether that's shovel out their fire hydrants or clean out their storm drains. There's a lot of things that we ask them to do that ultimately it's, this public infrastructure, some of it should fall on our shoulders to make sure that it's done right. If we want people to be able to, keep asking them to increase their tax bill to pay for these things, it just needs to work better. So. Enough rant. Thank you both.
Sure.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Item 4, resolution approving payment of non-duty survivor benefits to Charles Murray.
So moved.
Support.
Ms. Foster, good morning.
Hi. I don't know if you have any questions. This is a death benefit that's in the labor agreement. And technically, we have 2 of them today, but they're actually in 2 different budget years. But the one of the ones earlier in the year, I had to wait for someone to get guardianship. So they're falling both at the same time now.
All right, colleagues, questions? All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 5 is a second resolution approving a payment of non-duty survivor benefit for Jason Smith.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Item 6, resolution authorizing bid list for November 9, 2021.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Golden, anything you'd like to point out on here today?
No.
All right, colleagues, questions?
No.
All right, very good. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 7, purchasing forecast report, 11/9/2021. Questions, colleagues?
None.
All right, hearing none, that report will be received and filed. Item 8 is our warrant report for October 13, 2021 through October 26, 2021. We have a fill-in for Mr. Comptroller this morning. Good morning, sir.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. The City Comptroller is not feeling well, so it's my pleasure to be with each of you today to do the warrant report for October 13th through October 26, 2021. For this period, the city released cash payments of just over $22.7 million, which includes approximately $4.5 million for payroll and $245,000 for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, that translates to 1,157 accounts payable checks issued and 392 income tax refunds. The tables on the bottoms of the 3 pages of the warrant report includes a listing of the cash payments over $20,000 for the same time period, of which approximately 75 are for accounts payable and 8 are for electronic funds transmitted.
Very good. Questions? All right, hearing none, that report will be received and filed. And on to our final agenda item this morning, the Treasurer's Report for period October 9, 2021 through October 25, 2021. Mr. Treasurer, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Really, our focus is still watching inflation, and we'll have another announcement tomorrow morning at 8:30, I believe, is the next announcement for CPI. With our report, just kind of, again, providing continued flavor, because that is the topic as we see $1.2 trillion being approved in the federal level for spending. Again, it's amazing. Yes, it's needed, but when you talk about $1.2 trillion and you talk about construction costs that are 40, 50, 60% higher than what we've experienced, 3-4 years ago, how far does $1.2 trillion really go? And so really, I think it's outstanding that we're going to be the beneficiary of some of those funds to be able to do some of the infrastructure work that we'd like to continue. So for that, I'm happy to see that. But again, we always think, how far can that really go when you talk about how many $1 trillion we're talking about just fixing the bridges or the dams, when we had the dam on the east side of the state give way. How much dollars do we really think we really need across our entire county, state, and federal government? That's still a lot to go yet. So as we really look at this, our earnings are still strong within our portfolio. We're still at 1.25%. It has come down some. But for the first indicator, I was looking at bank interest rates yesterday, because I get reports pretty much on a daily basis from various banks. And we're starting to see some of the stuff out a little bit longer. They're starting to make changes to their interest offered because we're seeing the pressure to see interest rates rise next year. And so you'll start seeing them offering CDs at a higher rate if you want a 2 or 3 year CD. So that's an encouragement that they're starting to bake in those interest rate changes, because they want to be able to continue to have the flow of funds in the certificates of deposit in accounts within their bank, in order so they are ready to go as they have available funds to loan out at higher rates also, because that's where they're making their money, is the differential between what they're paying on certificates of deposit and other interest-bearing products versus what they can do when they're loaning the money out to businesses and for these construction projects. So with that is our report for today. It really is pretty much just trying to see what's going to happen with our economy and what's going to move.
All right, colleagues, questions for Mr. Treasurer?
Mr. Treasurer, thank you for your report. I appreciate hearing this. My only concern is that, what do you see now in reference to the shortages that is going to be taking place in the next few months?
We're still going to be challenged. For example, on the bid list today was an item for our office to get a folder sealer inserter that will improve our efficiencies. And the company that we're working with is Pitney Bowes, and they've already asked me for, hey, when do you think it'll be approved? Because we're trying to plan out when that can be delivered, because that's their first indication that it's going to take potentially 3 or 4 months for us to get that piece of equipment. It depends on if they can source it from another location around the country and bring it into this area. So I think it's going to still be a challenge. You only have so many people that can drive trucks and can offload ships. The question is, you're talking about it getting from ports like Charleston, South Carolina, and San Diego. How does it get to Michigan, and how quickly is it going to get there? So for us, we personally change our spending patterns, right? We look at, I might not be buying something physical for my kids and my sons-in-laws. It might be more purchasing experiences. It might be getting them tickets to a play in the community that they live in, or something different, or a getaway, as opposed to something physical that has to be on a ship or on a truck or on the rail to get to Michigan. There's going to come a time where you can't depend on Amazon, UPS, USPS if the product's not in the pipeline.
Any additional questions or comments? All right. Hearing none, that will conclude this meeting at 8:49. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, she's there. She's wrapping something up. All right, good morning, everyone. We're gonna start this Community Development Committee here at 9:15. 6 items today in front of us. The first is a resolution confirming special assessment nuisance roll number 8762.
Move it.
All right. Hello.
Good morning. At the direction of the city commission from July 13th.
Paula? Is your mic on? Hello? No, down below. Push the little button.
Is this better?
There you
There
go.
it is.
Okay.
Yes.
So back in July, the city commission ordered the assessor's office to prepare special assessment roll 8762, comprised of unpaid charges for services or code violations that remain unpaid. Property owners were sent notices on July 29th and notified of the charge and the appeal process. The special assessment roll was open to the public for the required minimum of 2 weeks, starting in July 29th, continuing through September 14th. In addition, we posted the entire special assessment roll to the city's website for viewing. So the city commission sat as a board of review to hear appeals September 14th, and we had 15 appeals on 7 different properties. The city assessor and city attorney's office have reviewed the appeals with the departments where the charges originated, and upon review of these cases, it is confirmed that the city acted with full transparency and followed all appropriate procedures. We did find sufficient cause to recommend granting appeal number 8 at 807 Franklin in the amount of $142.50. So I request that you confirm the special assessment nuisance roll in the amount of $273,545.77 and authorize city treasurer to place these charges on the winter tax statement.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any questions about this nuisance roll? All right. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. It carries.
Thank you.
Next is a resolution approving an agreement with MDOT, including a grant of $221,000 and authorizing $443,600 for the local share of costs for the sidewalk improvements in 44th Street from Eastern Avenue to Trade Drive for a total project cost of $664,600.
So moved.
Good morning, Commissioners. So this project will fill a critical gap along the north side of 44th Street with sidewalk that's about a half mile in length. The $221,000 grant that was received was through the Transportation Alternatives Program, which MDOT administers. So this item that we're seeking your approval of approves that agreement with MDOT to outline how the project will be conducted in terms of financial responsibilities and conditions of work. The total project cost was based on the engineer's estimate. Totals a not to exceed amount of $664,600, which after the TAP grant amount leaves our local share of $443,600, which we're also seeking your authorization of. Now bids came in on November 5th, so after this item was submitted, but happy to report that the bids came in under estimate. KNR was the low bidder with a low bid amount of $363,635, which was underneath the estimate of about $389,000. So pleased with that result, and happy to take any questions you may have.
Any questions? Sidewalks, great, yeah. All those in favor say aye. Aye, it carries. Next is a resolution awarding a contract with Pride Builders Group, LLC, for improvements to Garfield Park Splash Pad in the amount of $636,050.53, with a total amount not to exceed $809,000.
Support.
All right.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Really pleased to be having this item in front of you today for Pride Builders, a great contractor to work with. The work down at Garfield Park is for a new splash pad. but also consists of some new sidewalks, a new shade structure, and improvements to our bathroom facilities. So all in, we've got about a little over $500,000 of Parks Millage funding for this project and a $300,000 grant from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources.
Any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Just curious to know, I know the neighborhood association had some feedback regarding a water feature after the pool was removed there some years ago. So I'm just curious to know, was this, and I know they also had done some engagement surrounding that. And so I'm hopeful that this park splash pad is in response to that engagement.
Yes, the plan that you see in your packet today is in response to that feedback, and some of that initial feedback, I think, initially came from the master plan that was done back in 2014 for this park space that did call for a splash pad that was not initially included in the first project given the limitations on funding available. So we're here, we're delivering now, and doing so in support with the MDNR.
Thank you.
Yep.
David, I have one question too, more about the bathroom than the splash pad. So they just closed the bathroom there at Garfield Park. I met with the neighborhood association there yesterday, and so all of a sudden they've got 50 Rocket football kids going to their offices to use their bathroom, which is also kind of in disrepair. And so with this, I know that in Hartside Park we're going to install those kind of a bathroom that's self-cleaning and that's going to be open. I don't know if it'll be open year-round. I don't remember that part of the discussion, but wondering about this bathroom and whether or not we're considering something that could be open a little bit longer or that would have some of those same technologies that we're putting in Hartside Park.
Yeah, so the renovations to the restroom facilities here are the restroom facilities that are a part of the Garfield Park Gym building.
Okay.
So they won't be the self-cleaning and the style of restroom that we'll be putting in at Hartside Park. But we can look at keeping them open later in the season. Okay. And when we are not able to, we can look at bringing in some portable units as well to ensure that the residents have what they need.
Yeah, I think that they were fine with the traffic. I think that they just were, they were just starting to think about what would it look like for the bathrooms to be open longer, or what would it look like for them to renovate and activate their space there that's on the other side of the park in a different kind of way. Because if they're going to have more traffic and their bathroom's going to get more used, their bathroom is pretty, it's not the most pleasant place to visit, to put it lightly.
That actually reminds me too, I wonder if during the renovations, if we can have, I know they usually have portable restrooms for construction workers, but I wonder if there is a way to have, kind of build it up for Rocket football players,
Sure.
50 Rocket football players,
Yeah.
In the interim because of its use. And maybe you don't need it for the entire season, but
Right.
once the players are done with their practicing in games, then maybe a few of them could go away.
Yeah, I think you make valid recommendations and appreciate those thoughts. I'll talk with our operations team about that.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Excited that we're at this point. It's pretty great that we were able to find the funding for it this way, as opposed to having to privately raise all this money, which is what our original thought was going to be. All those in favor say aye. Aye. It carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution scheduling a public hearing to consider a brownfield plan amendment for Spectrum Health System Center for Transformation and Innovation project. All right, Mr. Gracia.
Good morning, Commissioners. So this resolution is setting the public hearing for December 7th to consider this brownfield plan amendment for a project proposed at 635, 706, and 725 Bond Avenue Northwest, which is on the CTI property. So the amendment also incorporates various existing brownfield projects that are close proximity to the CTI property and establishes this combined brownfield district. So the project itself will create a system-wide headquarters in North Monroe District that will consolidate about 15 facilities currently located in Grand Rapids and 3 more that are currently outside of Grand Rapids and bring those all into one location. So they will be doing that in modernizing the current Brassworks building of 155,000 square feet, and then the construction of a new 8-story, 157,000 square foot building and associated parking structures, and combined on one campus. So the city and the DDA have been working very closely with Spectrum for the last 20 months to make sure that this project would come to fruition that will result in 1,800 full-time jobs at the full build-out of the project. What's notable is that we have currently 800 employees will return to the campus that are currently working either outside the city in a mixture. But again, at the end of the day, 1,800 folks working at this campus. So demolition of the project has commenced. As you can see, some of those, the property, the buildings are, one of those buildings are gone. And vertical construction will start this fall, and project is expected to be around May of '23. Overall, it's a $100 million project, $90 million in hard construction costs, and then public infrastructure, and $10 million in personal property investment. So again, as I mentioned, and with a partnership with the DDA and the city, we're putting about $1.6 million of infrastructure to facilitate the project. Not only this, but also set up future developments as it relates to infrastructure needs that will be placed in this area based on the activation of the employees and other things related to the development. And as you all know, we ask that all projects coming through submit an inclusion plan, and Spectrum has done so. And in fact, just last week presented to the West Michigan Minority Contractors Group, and they have committed a little over $7 million of the projects to be for MBE, WB, and MLBE. Our office also took the liberty to send this bid opportunity to all our list of minority contractors, and we have I personally sent that out, and we've had at least 3 responses, and folks saying they're contracting the general contractor or looking to be part of the bid list itself, and the opportunity that will open up later this month. So again, Spectrum has been very engaged with the neighborhood and Monroe North Business Association, and the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority did recommend approval of this amendment at their October 27th meeting. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
That was a thorough presentation. I have no questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. Joe, you have any? No? Well, I appreciate the extra, it's twice today that I've noticed that staff took an extra step to ensure that we're communicating well. And, Eric said that they sent out, personal letters this morning around our Affordable Housing Fund Board, and I appreciate you reaching out to our people around that. I think that those little extra touches matter and are going to yield better results. And so we heard about this at Economic Development Project Team, and the renderings for the project look incredible. I mean, it is a transformational project for the region. So thank you for all that information. And I know that the next 2 items are related to it as well. All those in favor say aye. Aye. It carries. Next is a resolution scheduling a public hearing on the removal of certain property from the Smart Zone Local Development Finance Authority's Certified Technology Park boundary.
Support.
So yes, Commissioner, this is related to the Spectrum CTI project. Some of these parcels are located in the Smart Zone LDFA Certified Technology Park. And in order to effectuate the greatest use of the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, we have to remove these properties from the Smart Zone. And so the properties that we will be asking to remove will be a portion of 710 Monroe, which is actually Embassy Suites, and then 635 Bond Avenue, 706 Bond Avenue, and 725 Bond Avenue. Now that is specifically located or related to the Spectrum CTI campus project. Additional items that are listed here is we took the opportunity to review all 60-some properties that are currently in the Smart Zone to make sure that we minimize the risk of running into this or removing properties so that no longer met the strategic priorities of the Smart Zone or were necessary to effectuate, again, Brownfield Redevelopment Authority reimbursements. So 900 Leonard, as you all know now, is actually going to be a housing unit. I think they're breaking ground Friday. And so there again, because it's a residential development, has no connection to priorities, we're asking to be removed. And if you recall, we also, when that project was coming through for NEZ in Brownfield, we had asked for that as well. Yep. The ICCF building, which is recently completed with the Eastern Elementary. Again, that property was added when it was a vacant lot, and there were no, or vacant property, I'm sorry. There was no really plans, and again, no connection to the strategic priorities. Now it's a residential development, so we recommend removal. 111 Lion, which is also part of the Smart Zone, was prior to the adoption of its most recent brownfield plan. This one is interesting in that the overall value actually has a negative tax capture, and so we're also recommending this would be removed as well to effectuate the use of the brownfield redevelopment approval project or process for 111 Lion. So the Smart Zone has approved these resolutions recommending the approval, but we do need to have City Commission final approval. So staff recommends approval of the resolution.
Okay. Any questions about these properties? No? All those in favor say aye. Aye. It carries. And last is a resolution scheduling a public hearing on the removal of certain property from the City of Grand Rapids Downtown Development Authority Tax Increment Finance District.
So this, again, another action necessary to remove this property from the Downtown Development Tax Increment Finance Authority. This one specifically is 710 Monroe, which is the Embassy Suites. This actually has no current tax capture for DDA because it was basically third in line. And so, but because it's there, it's necessary to remove that to make sure that the brownfield does in fact receive its highest and best benefits for the project. And so we recommend removal of this property, and the DDA also approved the resolution recommending removal of the property at their October 13th, 2021 meeting.
Okay. Any questions? No. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It carries. And that concludes our work for the Community Development Committee. Thanks, everybody.
That's where you're actually input.
Yes, that's when you put in all the objects, all the values.
Is that pretty, that just like that? I'm sure you
It's easy, it's just very, it's not laid out well.
Oh, okay.
And
That's fine. I mean,
it's very like tedious. And it was very sad.
is it broken out?
No.
Like we just put it. Oh. Yeah, I can understand how. I get it.
Tank key in your tablet.
I feel like you're gonna inevitably type something out. I guess you can check, but
All right, commissioners, we'll go ahead and get started with our first meeting in November. So welcome, everyone. I'll start off, before we get to our action items, just to thank Commissioner O'Connor for chairing in my absence at our last meeting. So thank you for that. Really appreciate you stepping up to do that. And I appreciated having a little break, so thank you. So let's get started. Today we have 4 action items, commissioners, and then 2 briefings. Briefings are just an update. So we'll then, after that, maybe I'll call for an executive session before I do our briefings. Commissioners, we do have 4 executive sessions today, so we have, but I'll call them all together. 1 for legal opinion, 1 for contract negotiations, and then 2 for performance reviews. And so I'll call those at the end. And then we don't have any afternoon meetings, so we'll be back together here tonight at 7. So with that, we'll start with our first agenda item. It's a resolution approving a service agreement in the amount not to exceed $50,000 with the Grand Rapids Area Chamber of Commerce and the City of Grand Rapids Downtown Development Authority as for the Grand Rapids Retail Retention and Recruitment Initiative. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. We have Mr. Gracia here with us today to tell us about this item.
yes, good morning, commissioners. So this resolution is approving the support of the Retail Retention and Attraction Initiative with the Grand Rapids Chamber in partnership with the City of Grand Rapids Downtown Development Authority and the City of Grand Rapids. This contract would run from November 10th, 2021 through November 10th, 2022. Recall last October, we approved this resolution for supporting this specialist position for $50,000 in partnership with Chamber and DDA. The DDA also supported that for $50,000, and then the Chamber provided in-kind services for last year's contract. We had 5 strategic areas, excuse me, that we called out in our scope of work, which are social zone and social district activations, supporting the downtown COVID-19 recovery strategy, the retail business outreach strategy and retail business advocacy strategy, and the retail communications strategy. So we've had a chance, all 3 partners, to review the scope of work and outcomes, and they're very positive in those 5 strategic areas. For example, the specialist has successfully assisted with the activation of 8 social zones or districts in areas outside of downtown, which was important for us to activate those areas and neighborhoods of focus, as well as deploy the outdoor dining structures that the city sponsored. There were 10 of those, and 8 of those 10 structures were deployed in neighborhoods of focus to minority-owned restaurants. So, understanding all the work that the specialist has done and also completed over 260 retail and restaurant business visits, and that work has resulted in 100 business assists. We recommend that the new contract be this resolution approves our support for another year contract in the amount of not to exceed $50,000. And we also want to recommend this because it does support our city and equitable economic development and mobility strategic plans. So happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Gracia. I'll start with a question. I know last year around this time, there was some intentional efforts to get out support for local businesses around the holidays. So we did a big local support GR business campaign, and I'm curious if that's going to happen again. For sure.
You know, I have not heard specifics about that, but I do know that last year the specialist was directly involved in all of those efforts and making sure that they were talking to business associations, corridor improvement authorities, individual business themselves to be part of that. I know the city was leading that effort, was part of that three or four other organizations that resulted in billboards and a lot of social media push and marketing opportunities. And separate but related to this, you know, I also think it's important that the special events has been a part of this as well in helping activate those retail events in those neighborhoods of focus, which the specialist has also been communicating with and helping promote those as well.
Okay, thanks. Commissioners, other questions or comments? Commissioner O'Connor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to say I enthusiastically support this. I've really appreciated the work Mr. App has done over the last couple of years, helping not only the city activate spaces outside of downtown, but his just support for businesses around our community, ensuring they have access to grant opportunities and keeping folks informed. I think he's just been a valuable resource to help us be resilient through this challenging times.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. I do think the timing ended up being perfect, just when we needed it the most. So, Commissioner Lanier?
Thank you so much for this presentation. Jeremiah, is it possible for you to break down the supported businesses by ward? Again, that's language that the public and the commission is more familiar with than the neighborhoods of focus, especially if you don't have a map.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was just going to add, I think one of the earlier pauses was that, the DDA was another fiduciary for the service, and there was concern about probably the downtown area being favored, and I am happy to share that it was refreshing to see how much effort had been put into going outside of downtown. Obviously, making efforts downtown, but then in addition to that, making sure neighborhoods outside of downtown receive services, and not just with the social zones, but just one-on-one conversations with businesses. I am very appreciative, Mr. App, for the time and energy that you put into that, because there are a lot of businesses who felt heard and seen, and felt as though they weren't forgotten during this very challenging time for business owners. So thank you for that.
Yeah, just a quick response. So the businesses by wards, we do have the list of all the business visits assist. We'll have to do some work on kind of by address. We didn't necessarily track them by ward, but we can do that as well. I would also agree that sort of the one-on-one work has been important. So even through two particular grant programs, we've tasked Mr. App to kind of do one-on-one and do door-to-door work along with our corridor improvement authority manager as well as staff to make sure that all the assistance is provided from beginning to completion of the application. So I personally meet with him every Monday at 4 o'clock just to kind of keep abreast of where things are moving and projects we're working on, and certainly encourage that those neighborhoods of focus and all wards are equally represented in the business and technical assistance. Yeah.
Great. Thanks. Commissioner Ripper?
Yeah, thanks, Jeremiah. And I too want to just affirm this. Mr. App and I have walked up and down a couple of the corridors that I spend a lot of time on, and we've got a lot of ideas and some exciting things that we're talking about that I'd like to continue those conversations, especially getting, like Commissioner Lanier mentioned, getting this effort out into the neighborhoods and into those traditional business districts and neighborhoods. So I just want to affirm this. Mr. App's been incredibly responsive when I need something or when I have a question or if I have an idea to explore. And like I said, we've got some stuff that I'd like to finish, so I'm in support of this.
Thanks. Commissioner?
Thank you, and thanks, colleagues, I think, for some of the things that we've seen over the last year. So I will also give my thanks as well. My question was kind of to what you posed, Mayor, about some of the holiday pieces, or where are, when I look at the marketing budget, 4,000 is sort of small, and maybe, I think some of it is that direct connection, but we also know that that is a costly investment. And so are there some things, I know we've talked about some things sort of in our economic revitalization task force in the past about some other technology or tools. Is there anything on the horizon as it relates to different technologies that you all are exploring or other marketing pieces? So we can continue to have that nice soft touch in person, because I think that is, the city of our size to be able to do that is absolutely valuable. And then how can we, offer some more of these marketing pieces or technology to continue, this great investment?
Yeah, so we've had some initial discussions about the marketing assistance in addition to sort of the face-to-face type one-on-one pieces. I have had a couple of proposals that have floated by and folks that have technology platforms that help you identify minority-owned businesses specifically, and also just retailers in the area that have a specific product. So you would search for, I'm trying to find a purse or a certain backpack or a water bottle, the example they gave me, and they would populate those local businesses within the area, and those have been kind of some preliminary discussions we've had outside of the hard marketing dollars.
Thank you, Jeremiah. That's a good answer. And in addition to that, tomorrow we'll talk a little bit about business investment using ARPA dollars. And so there could be an opportunity there. And also our corridor improvement authorities, our business improvement districts all have marketing budgets as well. So there are resources, and we'll talk a little bit more tomorrow about increasing resources substantially for business development, equitable business development tomorrow.
Mayor?
Thank you. City Manager?
Yeah, I might also add. So in our relationships with our other partners haven't changed, and we want to continue that focus with the local first, with, of course, with the Chamber, Experience Grand Rapids, and replicate with our own public information office some of that awareness about supporting businesses this holiday season. So to your question earlier, I expect us to match our effort from last year.
Great, thanks. All right, any additional questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, thank you, and I'll add my thanks to Mr. App for his work. I was at a ribbon cutting with him just a week ago, and I see him not just downtown, but in our neighborhoods on a regular basis, so thank you for your work. Thanks. All right, Commissioners, next that will take us to a resolution approving the request from Harmony Brewing Company for a new off-premise tasting room license to be located at 401 Stocking Avenue Northwest. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Support.
All right, moved and supported. City Clerk, do you want to tell us about this?
Yeah, Harmony Brewing Company used to have a full Class C liquor license. They sold those licenses and are just going to rely on their tasting room license.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any questions? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, it carries. All right, next up will take us to a resolution amending our City Commission Policy 900-62, establishing the City of Grand Rapids Affordable Housing Fund to update the governance section of the policy. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Support.
All right, moved and supported. Mr. DeLong, you want to tell us about this?
Sure, Mayor, thank you very much, and good morning again, Commissioners. The policy we adopted on September 14th had a section on governance regarding how the board would be constituted, who the members would be, and called for 11 members. We subsequently to adoption of the policy began meeting with the Appointments Committee at their invitation, and they provided some good advice and recommendations. And one of the things that they suggested would be helpful to know how long terms were, and that it would be good to talk about initial appointments. And so based on that, we've brought forth a recommendation that would provide for those things. So provide for lengths of term, provide for the term of initial appointment, would provide for term limits, which none are recommended actually in this case, and would also, there was one small correction required in the number of at-large persons required for the board. So with this, these corrections, I think we have everything then the Appointments Committee will need to make a good set of recommendations and appointments. And I recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I just had one.
Go ahead, Commissioner Repart.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask this morning, and then I was like, I haven't read through closely. I read through closely, didn't find it. So do we have a sense about how often they're going to meet and what, as we start to talk to people about the time commitment?
Sure.
Are they going to meet monthly?
I would say, at least monthly. So, and perhaps more. So the initial meetings are like, say, 90-minute meetings, I would say. And so I would say once a month, 90 minutes.
Great, thanks. And I know the Appointments Committee has been working on this, and Commissioner Isasi, the chair of our Appointments Committee.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to say thank you to Mr. DeLong and all those that put forth the marketing, the communications, and the direct contact. So it seems like we will have a good pool to choose from. I mean, obviously, we're talking about the governance section, but, I think this ties into it. When you brought up today the piece about the no term limits, I think there's aspects of that, right? Given the technical nature of some of this work and obviously being a top priority of the commission. And I also, wonder about just the nuances of people's lives, right? Like we've had people who we appoint to boards and then we find out maybe they haven't been coming or, something changes. And so, Mayor, I'm thinking, I support the no term limits, but what are some guardrails that we can put in place as a body or that comes back to us to say, this is all the boards are important, but this is critically one of our top, 3 agenda items. And how do we make sure that those that are involved, are able to come to those meetings? We talked about some of the cadence. So I'm looking at like some of the operational side of that. So I'm certainly open to staff pieces on that, and I think it's the right decision for right now. But I don't want to tie us into the piece where we should make a change, and we need to look at involvement a little bit differently. So looks like Commissioner O'Connor has a comment.
Yeah, that's a good point. Commissioner?
Yeah, I think it's important that we establish attendance policies for that, like we have done for some of our other kind of significant judiciary type boards. That this is like to the point that it's important work, and it's going to take some education and knowledge to be able to navigate through this, and just so making sure that people when they get an appointment, take it seriously and show up. So
yeah,
having some mechanism. I mean, I think term limits are terrible in most circumstances, so I don't think we need term limits, but it's also like having some mechanism that you as the mayor or the commission can have the ability to get to remove or replace a board member if they're not fulfilling their responsibilities.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we can clearly outline expectations for participation and attendance and engagement. And I think we can also, similar to what we do now, we know that there are individuals who are interested in serving on a number of boards, and we can make it clear that, even though there isn't term limits, before somebody is reappointed, that that appointment will be considered with anyone else who potentially wants to serve, that it's not going to be just an automatic reappointment.
That's great. Thank you.
City Attorney, did you have something to add? No? Okay. I saw you too. I didn't know if there was something else. City Manager, anything else to add to that? No? You're good? Okay. All right. So with that, any additional questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution revising the existing downtown Grand Rapids Social District to remove certain anticipated special event locations. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We have Mr. Canfield. Tell us about this.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. This resolution is necessary and recommended because we have an understanding or a communication from the Michigan Liquor Control Commission that the complete separation between the social district premises and special event locations must be ongoing and permanent. So the resolutions that you've adopted previously that designated the social districts provided for time-limited separation. So basically a carve-out of the social district saying this is where a special event is taking place, and during that time it is not part of the social district, and then it'll return to be part of it after. And in connection with the Grand Rapids Wine, Beer, and Food Festival, which is planned for the very near future, the Liquor Control Commission has said that this separation must be permanent and ongoing. So after consulting with the Office of Special Events, we are proposing that 4 downtown locations be removed from the map of the downtown social district. Those locations are Anabawan Park, Calder Plaza, DeVos Place Convention Center, which is where the Wine, Beer, and Food Festival will take place, and Rosa Parks Circle. So that's based on anticipated events that are on the special events calendar that we think likely will request temporary approval to serve alcohol. There is pending state legislation that may modify the state enabling act that allows us to establish social districts. That may allow us to do something more flexible as we have been doing up to this point, and if so, we would come back and seek your permission to do that more flexible thing. But in the meantime, this is what we understand is necessary to allow these important special events to move forward that are so important for the activation of outdoors downtown.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Pretty clear cut. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, Commissioners, that will take us, that's the end of our action items, so it'll take us to our briefings today. We do have a water sewer rate study introduction. So those of us who've been around this table for years, we know that this is an annual process that we go through that will initiate a 20-day comment period. So I'll turn it to our city manager to talk about that as we tee that up. And then also we have an update regarding some of the recommendations related to public safety alignment and government. I will do that right now. So thank you, City Clerk. And we have 4 executive sessions today. So why don't I go ahead and call for that vote. So again, these are for a legal opinion. 1 is for contract negotiations and 2 for performance reviews. So can I get a motion for that?
So moved.
Support.
Did you have a question?
I just, earlier you had said we didn't have any afternoon meetings. We do have a civil service meeting today, Mayor.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, thank you.
You know, I would love to have those added to our commission
yes.
agenda, just so I can see
Yep.
those. So maybe we can, City Clerk, I don't know if you can add that to our Tuesday meetings, because I've missed that at other times.
And it's every other month, so you got.
Yeah, but it would still be nice to have those added.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for reminding me about that. So we do have the 4 executive sessions. Commissioners will do that down in room 601. So right after Kyle, we'll go down to 601, and then the other 2 are scheduled for later this afternoon. So can I get a motion?
So moved.
It's moved and supported for our executive sessions. This is a roll call vote, so I'll start down here with Commissioner Isasi.
Yes.
Commissioner Repart, Lanier, O'Connor,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
and Commissioner Moody.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Thank you, City Clerk. All right, so that will now take us to our updates, and I'll get these briefings started by turning to our city manager to tell us about them.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first of 2 briefings, as you said, both don't require any action of the City Commission today. And we'll begin with an overview of our water and wastewater systems, and I want to first begin by thanking the staff, both that are here and that are at the plants and in the field, that are keeping our very vital resource, both servicing clean and reliable water and productive wastewater systems. And I am pleased to report our lead levels in our water continues to be at acceptable level, and we have 9 parts per billion, and the regulatory action is 15 parts per billion, and our PFAS levels is non-detect in our water system. So, and partly because of the fine planning and work that this team does annually to make sure that our infrastructure is modernized and well maintained. And so you'll hear today the briefing by Ms. Janessa Carter, who is going to give us an overview of the system. I want to thank her and our CFO for their work, as well as Wayne Jernberg and Mike Rainier, who are here today. And of course, we're always appreciative of the executive oversight of infrastructure services from Mr. Eric DeLong. And before Ms. Carter begins, similar to the budget presentation, as we try to make sure that we continue to improve our level of communication and awareness. There's a video I think the staff would like to share. It's a 7-minute video, but we'll only share 3 as introductory of how the water and wastewater system works, particularly with the rate determination. So with that, I'll see if Ms. Carter can start the video.
Wonderful. Thank you, City Manager. Yes, as you said, there's a 7-minute video that will be online. We cut it to 3 minutes, so we'll show just that piece of it. Maybe not. Hold on.
Let's guess whose voice this is.
Yes, while we're doing it, thank you, Mayor. Let me thank our communication office and Travis for his work in producing this video, and David as well.
Oh, we
And
can
we
hear
have
it.
no
It just needs to be
sound.
turned up.
Okay, we still
it's
have no
not-
sound.
Yeah, it's not playing through the speaker. I wonder if you can take your mic and maybe put it near it, maybe?
That's a good thought. Asante, thank you.
I do love that you're making a video to explain it.
That wasn't it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
Okay, Mayor, I'm going to suggest that we go on to the briefing and we have our staff figure out the issues with the video, and then at the end, we can come back and show it.
Perfect, great idea.
All right.
It's still showing the video.
Where's Travis when we need him?
Oh, sorry, now someone's running the computer.
Do you know how to?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Asante.
Janessa, they have hard copies of the presentation if you just want to go ahead and proceed.
No problem. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Janessa. You can start. I'll fix this. From there.
Okay, no problem. All right, so on slide, it would be 3 now of the presentation. So this is the, oh, now it's back. All right, we're gonna get you there. Wonderful, we're there. Thanks everyone for your patience. So we always start out the rate study on the building blocks of the revenue requirement. I was gonna gloss over this slide because most of that is explained really well in this video that we put together, but I'll go through and kind of talk through this briefly. So on the expense side, we have operations and maintenance expense, as well as we have depreciation and return on investments on assets that are put into service, as well as some other items such as our combined sewer overflow projects and our payback agreements. Then in the blue boxes, you can see on the revenue side that go back into the rates to mitigate those rate increases. So that's your other operating revenue like permitting fees and inspection fees, as well as the city and customer community use circuit breaker, which is really just a fancy way of saying our penalty revenue that we collect on behalf of retail customers. We put back into the study in order to bring those rates down for our retail partner communities in line with that system average. And then finally, in that yellow box, we have the bill volume, which is what the study expects to collect based on current consumption and current rates. So. Next slide you can see here is the 15-year historical rate changes for the water and sewer system. So on the left-hand side, you can see the water system. So with the 2021 preliminary rate study, we recommend a 4.08% system average rate increase. That bottom shaded bar down there, you can see the overall 15-year average is 1.72% on the water side. On the sewer side, we have a 4% recommended rate increase for this year with that overall 15-year average of 4.64%. One important thing I wanted to note is annual inflation this year, which I know the city treasurer reports on this every meeting as well in fiscal as well. Annual inflation through September of this year was 5.39%. So both systems are well below the inflationary level at this current time. some of the significant rate drivers that drove the rate impact for the water system, asset management remains to be a focus for both systems, but it was a significant driver here this year for the water system rate. So this year we put in $47.5 million of assets on the water side. $18.6 million of those assets were integrated or shared across all of our users within the system, such as assets at like the Lake Michigan filtration plant. An additional $23.5 million was investment in assets specific to Grand Rapids as well. So that accounted for about 3.01% of the 4.08%. The next significant driver was our O&M costs this year. So we had some electricity increases as well as some a control study and some work done at the Lake Michigan filtration plant. But we also have some known cost adjustments built into the study for things that are in this current budget that will impact our rates. So some of that includes chemical pricing increases. We've seen a significant increase in chemicals based on some supply chain issues that we've had with inflation as well as COVID-19 supply chain issues. And then also continuing to invest in that private lead service line replacement project that we've undertaken, just beginning undertaking for our Grand Rapids residents as well. So that accounted for 2.44%. So some of the decreases that helped mitigate some of the rate this year, bill volume was a factor for both studies, but inversely. So the 3-year average bill volume for water was up 1.32% this year, which helped reduce that rate by 0.7%. In addition, the circuit breaker credit, I wanted to point out the penalty revenue from last year's rate study was low because we waived penalty fees for 3 months during that stay home, stay safe order in order to address affordability at that time. So this year we had an additional $139,000 to invest back into those rates to bring those down to the system average as well. So that resulted in that overall system average increase of 4.08 for the water system. Some of the significant rate impact factors for sewer included O&M this year. Fiscal year 21, June 30th results were slightly lower than fiscal year 20. However, we have some significant known cost adjustments that are taking place with this current budget, as well as some of the additional pricing increases that we've seen. So some of that includes contract work that's being done at the wastewater resource facility, recovery facility, as well as related to the biodigester as well. We also have an ash lagoon remediated that we've been working with Eagle in order to address. We have some additional PFAS testing and analysis, and we are also seeing those chemical pricing increases that we've seen on the water side as well. That accounted for a 6.83% rate increase. Bill volume was the second significant factor for the sewer system this year. The 3-year average bill volume for sewer was down 2.18%, which had an upward pressure on rates of 1.19%. On the overall system. Individually, we did see bill volume being a significant factor in many communities, especially our wholesalers this year. Some of the decreases for that rate mitigation. So while we layered in $15.3 million of assets into service for sewer, including $7.2 million, which was integrated again, shared across all of our system users, an additional $6.8 million that was Grand Rapids specific. That 2021 sewer refunding debt issue that I briefed Commission on back in July helped some significant savings in the sewer system by reducing that ROI rate and the debt service by over $1 million. So that had a really positive impact on the rates by dropping those by 1.77% this year. In addition, that CSO debt service, which is a Grand Rapids only expense item in our sewer study, just based on the regular debt schedule that's slowly rolling off each year, that also reduced 1.89% from the previous year. And lastly, again, with that circuit breaker penalty revenue up again, we were able to put another additional $176,000 of penalty revenue back into the study to help reduce those rates. So that is what made up the overall proposed rate increase of that system average 4% for the sewer side. So since assets were a significant factor for both systems, I wanted to show some pictures of some of the investment items that we've done this year. So assets, again, accounted for that 3.1% of the rate increase for water, with a significant portion being done at the lake plant. One of the big projects that we accomplished was the plate settler replacements, which are part of the pretreatment improvements at the lake plant. You can see that on the left-hand side. So the picture on the right is, of course, the aerial view of the biodigester, the 3 tanks, as well as the whole campus of the projects out at the sewer system. And since, again, we layered in an additional $5 million into the study of those assets, I wanted to include this picture as the assets are finally getting up and, generating, becoming operational in this rate study as well, so. Bill volume. Bill volume is really, again, just what the study expects to collect for revenue. So one thing I always want to point out is in 2010, we amended the rate study to use a 3-year average of bill volume to help smooth out some of those peaks and valleys in the rates. And that helps basically so you don't have rate shock when you have significant wet or dry weather years. You can see that that's employed in both studies here. So if you look at both graphs, the colored lines, so the blue on the left for water and the green on the right for sewer, those are the annual bill volume percentages, and the black line is the smooth rate from the 3-year average. So on the left-hand side, you can see for water, that water volume was up 9.81% over 2020, and I'll talk more about that on the next slide. With that 3-year average volume that's actually building the rates up 1.32%. Again, that being up 1.32% actually had a downward pressure on that rate impact, so it helped see a positive factor for our rates. On the sewer system side, again, we had volume down 2.88% over 2020, with the 3-year average down 2.18%. And again, that accounted for 1.19% of an upward pressure on rates for our sewer users this year. I wanted to include this graph this year just because it's a breakdown by partner community that we actually show and review quarterly with our utility advisory board members. So we've been in a pretty constant communication regarding bill volume over the last couple of years, and you can see why. For the water side, you can see one thing I wanted to point out was fiscal year 20 was such an anomaly year for water, with it being 7.89% lower than fiscal year 19. That was due to wet weather conditions in that year. So that 9.81% increase this year was due to significantly drier weather conditions largely, but some impact from COVID-19 as well. For the sewer system customers, you can see that we're actually coming off of 2 consecutive years of bill volume reductions. And part of that, with conversations that we've had with our partner communities, is a significant reduction in infiltration, some of which is from dry weather. Others is also due to some significant sewer main lining projects that our partner communities have accomplished over the last couple of years. So between that investment in those sewer line mainings, projects, we may see a new normal in some of their bill volume as they're going to be permanently reducing that infiltration that they've seen in high infiltration level areas. So we may be seeing some, normalization over the next couple of years, but it still may be a little less than previous years. In addition, we did see some significant trends in sewer particularly that coincide with COVID-19 shutdowns. The circuit breaker calculation, this is really the mechanism in the rate study that addresses affordability. So this year's rate study calculated $926,790 for the city and customer community circuit breaker. And again, that's what goes back into our retail customers to bring their average rate increase down to that system average. The study also calculated $132,399 to contribute towards the individual circuit breaker. This is the utility bill assistance program for individuals that is facilitated by Kent County Community Action for the city. We are also able to contribute that $80,000 of non-operating revenue again as well, and that's from the rental revenue from our Colebrook facility as well. So that rounds out the total individual circuit breaker for next year of $212,399. Prior to my presentation, I reached out to Samaria Giffel in our utility business office, who is our liaison with KCCA, and she was able to provide some data on our assistance levels at this time. So through Q3 of calendar year 2021, so that's September 30th, our assistance is at about 85% of the level of Q3 from 2020, which was a historic low year. So at this current time, our total ICB balance that remains for utility bill assistance for this calendar year is over $143,000. Some of this is due to some of the additional assistance resources that I listed on the next slide. This is really just informational regarding some of the additional assistance, especially with the Senate Bill 690 and then that COVID emergency rental assistance at SARA funds that were available as well. So the preliminary 2022 rate impact by community. So you can see at the bottom there is the overall system average, that 4.08 on the water side and the 4% on the sewer side. But at the very top, you can see what does this mean for Grand Rapids. On the water side, that results as a 4.95% increase for our Grand Rapids residents. And then on the sewer side, it's 2.54% increase. One thing I like to point out on this slide is that there is a difference between our retail and our wholesale communities. So our retailers, we directly bill each user and we're able to put that other operating revenue back into those rates in order to bring those rates down as it's collected on behalf of all of our partner communities and our retailers. Wholesale, they collect all of that directly from their users and they're able to address rates on their own from their own mechanisms as well. So what does this mean for our Grand Rapids residents? So the average quarterly bill for a Grand Rapids resident will increase about $7.99 for water and sewer services combined. Annually, this results in about $19.20 more for water and $12.76 more for sewer, for a total of about $31.96 more annually for our Grand Rapids residents. For our final slide, I always kind of finish off with just a general schedule of what's going on for the rate study. So last Friday, the rate study was made available to our partner communities, and that kicked off their 30-day review period as well. Today, of course, this morning, I'm presenting to all of you to initiate the 20-day public comment period. And next Thursday, we will meet with our utility advisory board, and we'll go through this much more in depth with each customer community to really discuss what's impacting our partners in their rates specifically. And then the next several weeks, we will meet with partner communities to discuss any questions that they may have or any further detail they may need. And then we will come back December 14th and recommend approval of the 2022 water and sewer rates by resolution.
Mayor, if I could, I'd like to thank Ms. Carter for that presentation and highlighting some of the improvements that have been made in the system. Particularly, we're happy to report that the biodigester, as many of you have seen and toured, is now online and producing gas as a renewable energy source. So thank you for making sure that that very important capital project has been completed. And also, I think the video that we were attempting to show is now ready. And if we could show that, then we'll go right to questions that you may have.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, let Travis. Yeah. All right, Travis, take it away. Here we go again. We can't hear.
There we go.
All right, start it over.
All that. It might. We work hard to keep our water and sanitary sewer infrastructure in good shape so that everyone in our community has access to clean water and reliable sewer services. It's a big job, and we provide those services to over 320,000 people across 11 communities. So how does the city pay for all that? It might surprise you, but we don't use taxes to fund our water and sewer systems. Instead, customers pay set rates for using these services. Those rates have to pay for each entire system. How do we decide what the rates should be? Every July, we start putting together our annual water and sewer rate study. The study is made up of many parts, but it's essentially a review of operating costs and capital costs, combined with a count of active meters and volume used. This helps us determine the rates, which are divided into two parts. The Readiness to Serve charge, or RTS, is based on meter size and customer service support. The commodity charge is based on consumption, how much water is used or how much sewage is produced. Some years we reduce rates and other years we adjust rates up. We've used this uniform rate-setting methodology since 1976, but the systems themselves have been evolving since even earlier. In 1850, the first water pipes used in Grand Rapids were just hollowed-out logs. By the early 1880s, the city began to use cast iron pipes, to distribute water. Originally, that water came from a filtration plant right in downtown Grand Rapids, along the Grand River. In 1962, we built a new filtration plant on the shore of Lake Michigan, pumping treated water to the city. The downtown plant closed in 1989, so now all of our water comes straight from Lake Michigan. The city has owned and operated the entire water system in Grand Rapids since 1920, and improvements haven't stopped since. Today, our water mains safely transport billions of gallons of potable water to 320,000 customers annually. And what about the sewage system? How has that changed over time? Our sewer mains transport billions of gallons of sewage annually to our water resource recovery facility on Market Avenue, where it's cleaned and returned back to the Grand River. The wastewater treatment facility was built back in 1931, but it's regularly updated and expanded as our population grows. To help manage the increase in sewage, the city started building 3 biodigesters in 2015, which also convert some of our waste byproducts into renewable energy. Moving billions of gallons means we need reliable and safe infrastructure, and our annual rate study is done to ensure that we have the money to properly address repairs, conduct maintenance, and make improvements, as well as safely operate the systems for necessary treatments. We have separated stormwater drains from nearly all sanitary sewers, replaced miles of water and sanitary sewer pipes, and we continue to work on system infrastructure and treatment improvements. The rate study helps us determine what future costs may be and how much income is needed to cover those costs over the next few years. So who exactly is paying these rates? Those costs are paid for by the users of both the water and sewer systems, respectively. The system supports Grand Rapids and 11 partner communities at this time. Users of each system include residents, businesses, and industries.
All right, Mayor, you can go online and watch the rest of the video at your leisure.
Great. Can somebody actually email that video link to the full City Commission? And then we can post it if we like. Okay, well, I will open up for questions. I'll start with the first question. First, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I'm curious, when I look at the partner communities, there's a couple partner communities that have really significant increases or changes in the double digits. So I'm curious if we fully understand why those increases exist.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of those customer communities, so East Grand Rapids is a good example. Just being a wholesaler, we don't collect penalty revenue or assess other operating revenues to reduce those integrated costs for them, like we do our retail partner communities. So some of that is that those rates are not tempered within the rate study. The second piece is bill volume was a major factor for many of those partner communities. East Grand Rapids is actually one of the partner communities that took on a significant sewer main lining program. So they've lined almost 20,000 sewer mains in some of their really high infiltration areas, so the Reeds Lake area, reducing that bill volume. Just looking at some of the rates, some of that rate increase, 50% of it is accounted from the bill volume reduction.
So in looking at, just so I can better understand this, so looking at Grand Rapids Township, is part of that due to the significant growth and number of new developments? I know they've added a number of high-density developments along the Beltline and along Knapp.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So some of the partner communities where you're seeing an increase, you're seeing where they actually had positive bill volume. They had significant growth in their area.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, other questions or comments? Commissioner Moody?
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Carter. I don't necessarily have a question per se, but I want to thank you for the video presentation, because I did have a lot of questions before the video came on the rates in reference to how they're adjusted for the citizens of Grand Rapids, but the video simplified that for me, so thank you very much. That helped a lot, so I appreciate seeing the rest of it.
Yeah, I appreciate that as well. I know we've talked around this table a number of times about how do we take what can be very complicated information and make it more easily digestible and understandable, especially by the general public. So I appreciate that. There's commissioners, you may have seen this as well. I know all of you have toured the wastewater treatment facility and the biodigester. There's a couple great videos, less than 5 minutes, that even walk you through how we clean waste as well as where do we get our water. I know I've shared those with a number of our partners in the community that really appreciate it. So the more that we can get those sent to us so that we can help spread the news, I think the better.
Yeah, absolutely. Great feedback.
Yeah, thanks. Commissioners, other questions? All right, so this will open up the 20-day period, and then this will be back before us in December, is that right?
Yep, correct. December 14th.
Great. Okay, thank you. All right, that'll take us to our second and final presentation before we go into executive session, and I'll turn this to our city manager to provide us with a little bit of background, and then Mr. Davis will come forward and do the presentation. City manager?
Yeah, Mayor, I'll be very brief. I think we've been discussing the alignment of our various boards and committees that help us ensure that we have a safe city, and Mr. Davis has began this project, I think, around 2020, and has done a preliminary update to this body before, and has shared his recommendations with other task force committees, and has some integrated feedback for your consideration today.
Thank you, City Manager, and good morning, everyone. As the City Manager indicated, this is the Public Safety Alignment and Governance Report update of the implementation plan part of this. So this is an update on feedback that has been received from those groups that we've talked about over time. Today, we'll talk about that feedback and those recommendations, in particular for the Civilian Appeals Board, the Community Relations Commission, the Public Safety Committee, and the Safe Task Force. You notice that the Police Chief Advisory Team is not listed here, although it was originally, and that's because the Police Chief Advisory Team is solely in the discretion of the Police Chief, and therefore there was no update required at this point. We'll also talk about next steps and have some point for some discussion. So, in the fall of 2020, as the city manager indicated, OPA was tasked with really doing that evaluation and developing recommendations regarding the alignment and governance of the city's public safety boards and commissions. In July, we published a comprehensive evaluation and then gave a briefing to the City Commission as well as to the Public Safety Committee regarding those recommendations. And that report was a 50-some page report that went into some detail behind the rationale and reasons of it. From that fall of 2020 through the summer of 2021, we really did that analysis, and that included reviewing the applicable policies and procedures, analyzing group structures, observing group meetings, engaging with staff, gathering feedback, evaluating group alignment and strategic plans, and aligning the public safety boards with the principles of governmental excellence and efficiency. So from after we gave the briefing to Commission back in July, we spent time gathering feedback from other boards and commissions regarding those recommendations. City Commission during that time was provided with a formal recommendation from the Public Safety Committee, and that happened on July 27th. That was included as an update from the Public Safety Committee at that time. Today, OPA is providing City Commission with an update regarding the feedback received, and you'll hear updates and recommendations from other committees that were included. After a thorough review of all of the feedback received, the staff recommendations remain consistent with the July 2021 report, and we'll go through that in more detail. So we'll start with the Civilian Appeals Board. So here on the left, you'll see the initial recommendations that were made by staff. And on the right side of the slide, you see feedback that was received. So I'll go through this rather quickly, but the first one was to implement mandatory onboarding and training for all CAP members. And you may recall that we talked over time about the fact that the current policy, City Commission Policy 800-02, does not have provisions that require this mandatory training. But through work with staff and the board, we've already begun to implement this recommendation. We brought this back to the board for feedback, and the board members support this recommendation. And again, it's already in the process of being implemented. Improving written reports in order to promote fairness and enhance the quality of board decisions is something that's come out of some of our arbitration decisions, and just something that's not specifically listed in that policy. Again, that 800-02 does not have a provision that specifically states how opinions are to be written, and there's been inconsistency over years on how that was done. And we've already taken steps to begin to fix that problem, but board members support this recommendation of improving those written reports. There was also a recommendation to increase jurisdictional authority to align with best practices and to promote increased accountability. Board members again support this recommendation. I'll pause here, and I paused the last time we talked about this, but it's important to indicate that some of these recommendations may cause us to have to look at labor concerns. So we don't want to just, these are recommendations that are being made, but there's other things that may have to happen in order for us to implement some of these recommendations. And when we talk about jurisdictional authority, that's one of those spaces that may cause us to have to look at some of those labor concerns. Number 4 is to empower the Civilian Appeals Board to make formal policy recommendations. And again, that's aligned with the city's plan to elevate community voice in public safety operations. And what that means is currently the Civilian Appeals Board has the authority or the ability to review closed cases of the Internal Affairs Division, meaning Internal Affairs makes a determination. And on certain types of cases, the Civilian Appeals Board can review those cases and essentially determine if they agree with the findings that were made or if they want to change the findings that were made in that case. One thing the CAB has not been able to do up to this point, at least not according to the policy, is align with the findings that were made, essentially say, we affirm the findings, but here are recommendations that we think should be taken in order to improve operations moving forward. And because that is not specifically included in City Commission Policy 800-02, that recommendation is being made at this time. The board members support this recommendation. However, they requested that the specific language of saying policy be removed so that the recommendations could be made on more general things. And that means like, about training or other concerns that may have been raised. And staff supported the board member feedback as it relates to that. The last one is to reimagine City Commission Policy 800-02 to increase procedural justice and to reflect and ensure transparencies. And ensure transparency. And as we talk about this, I know this has been brought forth to commission before. We've heard from community groups. We've heard from our neighbors. We've heard from staff related to these issues, and many commissioners have raised these issues themselves. City Commission Policy 800-02 was created at a time when civilian appeals boards or review boards were new across the nation. And Grand Rapids, as it usually is, was a front runner and created a civilian appeals board, recognizing that there was a need for this type of civilian oversight of this type of process. But because we were a front runner, our policy doesn't match with some of the best practices that exist now. Our policy is not aligned with some of those best practices. Now, there are some really great things about our policy that still are better than some other places, so we don't want to lose, the value there. But it's important that we now take this step to reimagine what this policy looks like, to make sure that not only is it clear, but there's procedural justice for those complainants who are coming forward. And when I talk about procedural justice, we're talking about the process. We want to make sure that those individuals who are filing complaints understand the process, are clear about the process, and feel heard throughout the process. But it's not only the complainants. We want to make sure that the officers, the staff that are involved in the process also have procedural justice. We want to make sure that there's clarity regarding how those things happen. And some of those things include looking at the rules that the board uses to govern itself and making sure those things are included in the policy. So the board members support this recommendation, but they like to ensure that the recommendation is actionable. So when we look at this next slide, you'll see the final recommendations, and again, they align with the original recommendations with the exception of the removal of that word policy that we talked about on the last slide. But you'll also see on the right-hand side now an implementation summary for each of these areas. So again, for this first one, the onboarding and training, the board has the authority to implement this with the current policy. And additionally, it will be incorporated into number 5. And you'll see that actually through each of these. So for number 2, number 3, number 4, when we talk about fairness and enhancing the quality of board decisions, that can also, the board can already do that now. But when we talk about number 3, jurisdictional authority, that's been incorporated into the implementation plan for number 5, and the same for formal recommendations. That's been incorporated into the implementation plan for number 5. So now let's spend some time talking about the implementation plan related to number 5. So the recommendation, the staff recommendation at this time is to create an 11-member OPA-led work group that's comprised of representatives from OPA, the City Attorney's Office, and GRPD. And we use those staff groups because those are the staff groups that have the most interaction with the Civilian Appeals Board, are most familiar with this operation, and most closely impacted by the work that's done there. But also then the ACLU, the NAACP, and the UCC. And those particular community groups, again, were pointed out because they've been doing a lot of community work around the Civilian Appeals Board, and they've been doing an excellent job of making sure that they are gathering community voice as it relates to those operations. And then we also want to have a representative from the Civilian Appeals Board itself. So a representative that has been serving to serve in this space. In addition to that, there are spaces for 4 community members, an appointment from each ward as well as from the mayor. And that will round out our 11-member work group, and then we'll spend a 4-month period redesigning and reimagining the policy. And it's an extensive amount of work. It's not a light lift, but it's something that is necessary at this time as we continue to move forward with our commitment to enhancing community voice and making sure that Grand Rapids is a place where all people feel safe and are safe at all times. So what would happen is that we would then bring a final policy recommendation to the city manager and to city commission regarding what that reimagination process looks like. That work group will also work on an engagement strategy to make sure that we're engaging appropriately with community and staff moving forward. Here you'll see just the timeline mapped out, and this is a tentative timeline as it relates to what that would look like, but we would jump right in very quickly and talk through November of getting that work group started. In December, we'll have everything finalized as far as membership. Then we'll start the research process with best practices and procedures. We'll work with experts in those areas. We'll host public meetings by February and then have a final draft. Our plan is by March and be able to bring those recommendations forward in April. It's important to point out that we also did keep the fact that, collective bargaining will be beginning in mind. So although this is a timeline that it's a tough timeline, but it's an important timeline that we need to meet in this case, because we want to make sure that we respect the fact that collective bargaining is going on, and if there are issues that have to be bargained, we want to make sure we're able to do it during that time period. Because that was a lot of information, I will pause there and defer to the city manager and commission.
Thank you, Brandon. This is a great update. Commissioners, questions or comments? Commissioner Lanier?
Just a quick comment. Thank you so much, Mr. Davis, for the presentation. I think as you were sharing about the City of Grand Rapids being a front runner in this space, it reminds me of Commissioner Paul Mayhew, who was a member of the group that brought forth the recommendation for this body, and his advocacy didn't stop there. And I think I don't know how much time you've spent with him talking about this body, but I know that he, over the years, even since I've become a commissioner, has continued to have advocacy surrounding this body. And so I think he would be a great person to kind of reach out to. But it's also good to see that there will be citizens from the community that could also be a part of the work group to take a look at the Civilian Appeals Board policy that you spoke of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great point.
Mr. Davis.
I have a question that just came to mind, and then Commissioner Moody, do you? Or Commissioner O'Connor?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, when you talk about the work sessions, can you give a little bit more detail as to what those work sessions will look like?
Yes. So as with any group, we'll have to start by coming to a meeting of the minds, right, about what process will look like. But the idea is that we will pull information from multiple cities about what civilian appeals boards, or they call them review boards in many other areas, different names, different scopes of authority, but we'll pull that information in order to first educate those work group members regarding how things work in other communities. We'll spend some time also with experts. The National Association for the Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement has recently released a report that provides a lot of information regarding civilian appeals boards or review boards and their operations. It also has best practices in those areas. And then we'll also spend time with those reports that have already come out to the City of Grand Rapids, and we hear from community members often during public comment or other sessions where they have shared and likely will continue to share their opinion related to Civilian Appeals Board operations. And then staff will also bring forward, just issues that we've encountered throughout the process where we've had to sit down and we've been challenged with how do we navigate these spaces. And quite frankly, we've come to spaces where we said, gee, if this policy spoke to this a little more clearly, it would help guide our operations. We want to make sure that those things happen. So the work groups we'll start with that education piece, and then there'll be space for us to hear from experts, consider community feedback, and then really develop a policy that hopefully encompasses all of those things and best serves Grand Rapidians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Connor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just, how involved has the department been in this conversation so far about these recommendations? I just, you brought up collective bargaining. I mean, I think it's obviously important that, as we look to make changes on oversight, that there's some, some buy-in as well from the leadership in the department and ensuring that, they're on board or at least have a seat at this table as well.
Sure. The departments, all the public safety department, both fire and police, have been updated regarding these recommendations. We've also had extensive conversation with the labor relations unit as we begin to talk about what that may look like. But there's definitely been conversations and updates regarding what the recommendations were. Most times when OPA makes recommendations, they're independent recommendations based on the nature of how our office is designed. In this case, there was significant staff involvement that included the leadership from around the city, where we had discussions regarding this as well. We also have spent significant time with the city attorney's office regarding these issues.
Thank you. And then I have a kind of a side question. I know in the past we've received sometimes consistently, sometimes not so consistently, annual reports on anything that had gone before CAB for the prior 12 months.
Yes.
Will we receive that again this year at the end of the year?
Yes, actually, Civilian Appeals Board at its last meeting established a subcommittee to work on their annual report, and I expect that to be forthcoming towards December, I think is and please don't quote me on the month, but I believe they said December is when they were planning on having that published for commission.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, thanks. So thanks thus far for your presentation, Mr. Davis. I am very much in support of what you've presented thus far, in particular the idea of reimagining the policy, and I think being very thoughtful in terms of inviting those particular organizations to the table to be a part of the discussion and reimagining. I think it speaks to the absolute need to make this as community-based as possible, and so you have tapped into organizations in which this work is not foreign, but also it's an opportunity for in-house as well, whether it's GRPD or the City Attorney's Office to partake as well. So I just want to encourage you as you move forward with this.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, I think we're, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
My question is really around, I agree with some of the comments that were brought up and some of the process pieces. One, you had talked about the implications financially or time-wise. So will that be in a subsequent, because essentially this is a briefing today, but then we'll move forward with obviously a vote. Will that be presented at that time in terms of some of the, whether, I know you didn't say it directly, but whether it's staffing or time or just some of those liaison pieces? So that's one question. And then I think the second question is, you certainly support number 5, and probably the piece there is how do we also tie this into some of our other efforts around governmental excellence and making sure that the community feels connected to understand sort of our policies and procedures. We just talked about it in terms of water and sewer and saying how do we drill that down so people can have a better grasp of that. And so I would look, and we may be discussing some of this tomorrow in our mid-year review session, but how can this body also, when you look at the number of community engagement individuals and organizations that are sort of known for those relationships, is there opportunity to also reimagine how we might communicate out our commission policies like this, using different vehicles, using, the types of language that would be accessible to more individuals in our community. So I just wanted to think about that systemic change as we look at sort of this targeted piece on the body.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. I'll start with the last point you made. OPA has been intentional about making sure that we are trying to use different types of communication mediums, especially around these public safety policies, which we know garner a lot of interest in community. And we'll talk about this tomorrow a little bit, but you'll see that even as we start talking about Cure Violence and some of those other programs, the communications team has been extremely influential in helping us to prepare some of that. You'll see videos are starting to be prepared. We're also using a program called Let's Talk About It, which allows us to just have those type of conversations in plain language about what does this policy mean, how does this policy work, how does it impact me. So we will continue to work with community groups to implement those types of things. As it relates to the first question you asked around liaison piece or those question pieces, yes, is the answer. As we move forward with the policy, the actual policy that comes out of the group, that's where those other pieces, those details regarding, what the impacts of that policy would be discussed.
All right, commissioners, any final questions? All right.
Okay.
We can move on to Civilian Appeal Board.
Okay, thank you. So we move forward now to the
Oh, I'm
community.
sorry, Community Relations.
Yes, to the Community Relations Commission. Similar structure and how we talk about it. So again, it starts with those initial recommendations, and I'll move quickly through this section. This first section is refocusing the community relations, community and police relations subcommittee, which is a subcommittee of the Community Relations Commission, to really address systemic inequity. So again, the CRC was involved in this work before we had all of these other bodies, before OPA existed, before the Public Safety Committee existed, and in a lot of spaces there was overlap in the work that was done during different time periods, and this just gave clear expectation regarding what the role would be for CRC. And again, before this report came out, CRC had already begun the process of evaluating what their role should be in this public safety space. So they support this recommendation and have already taken steps in that way. Number two was to provide additional training around those strategic plans of OPA, of the police department, of the city, of the fire department. And you may recall from the original report, this is one of the spaces where CRC members themselves said, hey, we could use additional training and understanding this process. So the CRC supported this recommendation, and they just wanted it to be clear that their leadership will be working to provide and develop what those resources look like and having discussion regarding that strategic plan. And staff supported that 100%. Then the number three was the increase in public access and knowledge regarding CRC's operations, and the CRC supports this recommendation as well. So when we look at those things, now we have an implementation and timeline space that we can look at it. Again, number one, the CRC has already taken action to refocus that subcommittee, and they did that back in September. So right after this report was published, they took action regarding that. Number two was about those strategic plans and that training. The CRC is working to create a training packet for its members, including all the strategic plans and discussion points, and they're working to have that completed by the end of the fiscal year. And then number three was increasing public access. The CRC is facilitating community feedback listening sessions, and they're doing that by the end of the year as well to hear from community. How can we better serve you and make sure that you're receiving the information that it is that you want to hear? Now, the CRC is different than some of the other boards and commissions because the CRC has the authority to implement all of the recommendations by and through the Board and Commission Handbook and through Title IX of the Human Rights Ordinance already. So because of that, they've already taken that type of action. It really doesn't require anything from City Commission. With that, I'll move on to the Public Safety Committee. And there were three recommendations that came.
Brandon,
I'm sorry.
can I just pause real quickly to see if there's any questions about Community
course.
Relations Commission? We can just kind of take them in each one.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know that this will get an absolute answer, but I think about, we talked about this in before, as we think about some of our legislative priorities and how this might tie into the body. Obviously, they've got their own body and their own governance pieces, but I think there could be some synergies associated with those individuals that serve on that body, what, like Ms. Farrick and others, certainly, you and city manager also engage in. And so how could we prioritize some of those pieces? So I just wanted to, that's more of a comment than a question.
Yeah, that's actually a great comment. In fact, when I was looking, so this is the first I've seen this, so as I was reading through the slides, as Mr. Davis was talking, I was thinking just that, especially around corrections reform, expungement, some of the work that we've advocated for and
Domestic
supported
violence.
at the state level, it seems really aligned with the CRC's priorities. So I think that's a great recommendation on how we can partner with them more, especially on some of those key pieces of legislation. Other questions or thoughts on the CRC? All right. Take it away, Brandon.
Thank you, Mayor. And with your permission, I'll take public safety and the Safe Task Force together because there's overlap in that section. So with the Public Safety Committee, the initial recommendations that were made was to create a formal structure to track and evaluate the progress of the Public Safety Committee's recommendations. Public Safety Committee was supportive of this recommendation. Number two was to evaluate the work of the Safe Task Force by converting it to a permanent advisory committee of the Public Safety Committee in order to create better alignment with the city's strategic plan and elevate resident voice in public safety operations. The Public Safety Committee voted to recommend that the Safe Task Force be adopted into the Public Safety Committee in an advisory capacity until the remaining fiscal responsibilities of the Safe Task Force be exhausted, and then the tasks of the Safe Task Force be incorporated into the Public Safety Committee moving forward. And we'll talk about this recommendation more in future slides. Number three was to increase the public access and knowledge regarding Public Safety Committee operations. The Public Safety Committee was supportive of this recommendation. So this next slide is an implementation and timeline, and I know the font is smaller, but we did the best we could because it's a lot of information. So that first one, when we talk about tracking and evaluating the progress of Public Safety Committee recommendations, the staff liaison will ensure that citizen member positions are reflected in both the meeting minute and resolutions that advance the City Commission from the Public Safety Committee beginning in December 2021. So let's pause there and just talk about what that means. Currently, we have advisory citizen or resident members that serve on the Public Safety Committee, but the vote of the Public Safety Committee that comes out of committee is the vote of those commissioners that serve on the Public Safety Committee. And currently we did not have a mechanism to reflect the voice of those community members who give their time, energy, and voice to serve on the Public Safety Committee. One thing that we recognized that was important is that although our standing committee rules although it is a standing committee of city commission and therefore the vote needs to be of city commissioners, there are ways for us to reflect voice so that the full body is able to understand the positions of those who serve on that committee. So this is what this is talking about, is making sure that that voice is reflected in the meeting minutes, that that voice is reflected in any type of memo or anything like that that comes out of those committees. Additionally, Public Safety Committee members are empowered to request informational updates from public safety departments and request that they be included in the agenda. It's important to note that the city manager controls the agenda for committees, but those requests can be made so that the city manager can consider what it is that Public Safety Committee members, including those advisory members, are interested in hearing more about. The staff liaison will maintain a list of past requests and recommendations made by the Public Safety Committee and include those recommendations and outcomes on the Public Safety Committee's webpage. So there's that tracking mechanism, right? So we have a Public Safety Committee webpage, and we'll be able to see what recommendations were made during a particular fiscal year for information and when that informational update was provided. The second recommendation, again, will be discussed in an additional slide, so I won't go into it here. But the third was to increase the public safety access and knowledge regarding Public Safety Committee operations. Again, the communications team, as well as working with the executive office and recommendations from OPA, the staff liaison will promote. Public Safety Committee is currently being streamed and recorded, in addition to developing a promotional video for the Public Safety Committee to recruit new members for appointments beginning January 2022. So that's, again, to your point, Commissioner Yasasi, we're looking for other ways to connect and make sure that people are learning about what it is, the great work that's already being done here at the City of Grand Rapids. And I've talked about this a little bit already, but number 4 talks about elevating resident voice by requiring the position of Public Safety Committee members to be reflected in meeting minutes. And I've talked about that in detail in number 1, but we just explained it in some more detail at the bottom of this slide so that that was clear. Okay, so I'll turn to the Safe Task Force. The initial recommendations for SAFE were to elevate the work of the SAFE Task Force by converting it to a permanent advisory committee of the Public Safety Committee in order to create better alignment with the city's strategic plan and elevate resident voice in public safety operations. So the feedback from SAFE here was SAFE does not support this recommendation and instead recommends that the SAFE Task Force be elevated to a board or commission of the City of Grand Rapids with resident and anti-violence practitioners appointed by city commissioners and the mayor. This recommendation or the feedback from SAFE here would be essentially the creation of another board or committee that would serve. It wouldn't be a standing committee of city commission, but it would be another board or a committee that would essentially do the work that SAFE is doing currently. Number two was the recommendation was to fully define the role and responsibilities and scope of SAFE Advisory Committee to focus on the city and public safety strategic plans in order to provide clarity and to ensure governmental excellence. SAFE was supportive of that recommendation and to increase transparency regarding SAFE's activities and outcomes, and SAFE was supportive of that as well. So as we talk about the implementation, we'll start with 2 and 3. Number 2 was to fully define the role and responsibilities of SAFE. The staff liaison will produce training materials that encompass the strategic plans in addition to leading the discussion regarding implementation of a fully defined role, responsibility, and scope by January 2022. And then there will be a vote to finalize that by February. And then number 3, the implementation plan is that the staff liaison will add SAFE's activities, spending, outcomes, and reports to the SAFE Task Force webpage. Again, this is a space where we're saying we're doing this work. We need to make sure the community has a place where they can access the work that is happening and understand what's happening at these levels. So that was the implementation plan for that, and that takes us to the recommendation that was made that now stands before commission with 3 different options is the way that I'll call it. So at the top of this, you see a recommendation, which is the original recommendation made by staff, which is still the staff recommendation. That recommendation, again, is to elevate the work of SAFE by converting it to a permanent advisory committee of public safety in order to create better alignment with the city strategic plan and elevate resident voice in public safety operations. For implementation for this one, this can be implemented through the creation of a city commission policy establishing SAFE as a permanent advisory committee. The committee, we recommend that the committee should be comprised of subject matter experts and community members. The initial appointments to the committee should be made from the existing SAFE Task Force membership. This recommendation should also include an amendment to the standing committee rules that explains the process of the creation of subcommittees or standing committees. Because currently in the standing committee rules, subcommittees are just not listed. So then we look to Robert's Rules of Order, to say how do we do this? But as we worked through it and we worked with the law department, we recognized that it made sense just to have it there so community members can look and say, here's how we do it, instead of having to search through other types of documents to get there. The second recommendation reflects the recommendation from the Public Safety Committee. SAFE Task Force be adopted into the Public Safety Committee in an advisory capacity until the remaining financial responsibilities of SAFE Task Force be exhausted, and then the tasks of the SAFE Task Force be incorporated into the Public Safety Committee moving forward. So when we look at the implementation plan, if this was the option that we move forward with, we start here. As the mayoral task force, the mayor has the authority to implement this recommendation by culminating the work of the SAFE Task Force at the conclusion of fiscal year 22. Thereafter, no additional commission action is needed for the Public Safety Committee to assume the responsibilities of SAFE, given the language in the standing committee rules. The Public Safety Committee has the authority to recommend support for programs in the same fashion as SAFE currently recommends support for those programs. Recommended items will need to follow the city's fiscal approval processes, however. And then the third option is the recommendation from the SAFE Task Force. That's the SAFE Task Force be elevated to a board or commission of the City of Grand Rapids with resident and anti-violence practitioners appointed by city commissioners and the mayor. This item can be implemented through the creation of a new city commission policy to allow SAFE to function as a permanent citizen board or commission. And with that, I'll turn to the city manager.
All right,
Forgot
I'll
how
turn to
we,
City
I
Manager.
forgot how we landed this presentation.
And then
I think,
I'll
I think,
open it up
Mayor,
for questions.
yeah, I think what you have here is a decision that this dais is going to have to make. We've given you our thinking as a staff, and we've presented that. We shared it with the Public Safety Committee. You have a recommendation from that group, and then subsequent to that, we had another recommendation where you have other commissioners that's not represented on the Public Safety Committee to offer this. And so at this point, we need some direction from this dais.
Thanks, City Manager. Well, some of this is new information to me today, so I appreciate the presentation. I know I'm going to need some time to think about this further. But I have a question, and then just an initial thought, and then I'll turn it over. I saw a hand down here. So my first question, similar to CAB, do we have a comprehensive annual report coming on past projects that were funded by SAFE and the outcomes and impact of those projects?
I'll defer to Mr. Kane.
Yes, ma'am. There's one currently on the webpage, and annually we
For
will do.
this year?
It's labeled 2021. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we don't have the one for this year yet.
No, ma'am. But the projects of the gun buyback programs on there. There's a couple parenting programs, and just got another one from Family Outreach Center that needs to be posted.
Okay, great, good to know. And then, I guess my initial thought, and I think when we initially talked about this, and obviously when I have had conversations, my ultimate goal is to make sure that the work is being connected and aligned. And so, these are 3 recommendations before us to consider, but ultimately, I think we need to make sure that we're bringing in a much more aligned process and not have it as fragmented. So, so that's my initial thought. But I'll turn over here. Commissioner O'Connor, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, I guess go back to the work of, the Public Safety Committee and the recommendation that we made, and just, feeling like that there is, to your point around alignment, that there's a lot of overlap that exists, and, that the SAFE Task Force has done, the work that they've been done with, because they were allocated funding to be able to do stuff, and, public safety's never had resources. If you read the declarations about what each both public safety and SAFE are supposed to be doing, they are, nearly verbatim in their task. The Public Safety Committee's never had any resources in which to be able to do things with. I just feel like there's so much, by creating a separate entity or creating a separate board and committee, we're just creating, more overlap, more bureaucracy, more more bifurcation of what the challenges and the responsibilities of these things are. And so it just feels to me like, 3 people at the dais who serve on public safety felt like that was the right decision. And, again, I'm not trying to discredit the work that SAFE has done, but it feels like that was a mayoral appointment by a mayor who's no longer in the building. And so I think it just needs to come to an end and be able to re-engage and re-empower the Public Safety Committee to go forward is the right decision.
All right, I'll go over here and then I'll turn over here. Commissioner Jones and then Commissioner Moody, and then I'll come over here to Commissioner Lanier. Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again, Brendan, for your presentation, for your work on this. I happen to believe that I think the work itself of SAFE is critically important. A couple of reasons. One is, SAFE is where the idea of cure violence was born in terms of it being considered by this body, and so I'm appreciative that it started there and elevated to the point to where we now have it in play here in Grand Rapids. I'd like to maybe recommend something a little different, and would ask that we would perhaps give it some thought beyond today, and that is the idea of elevating it even beyond City Hall. I'd like to actually recommend the potential of developing a committee that would be both city and county. I say that because we have, as part of SAFE, our prosecuting attorney, Chris Becker, which is a pretty big deal, the fact that he is at the table. And we have, obviously, Deputy Chief Reifenberg on behalf of GRPD. We have GRPS at the table. We have our community's children at the table, neighborhood associations at the table. I think it would be of great benefit to have the King County Sheriff's Department at the table, as well as a county commissioner or two who has a presence, whose district consists of the city, and the opportunity to really create something that would further or hopefully strengthen the ties between the city and the county around an issue that is not just about the city, right? So when we look at cure violence, when we look at the issues around community violence, it's not just something that is occurring in our beloved community. It's happening in other parts of the county, and in particular, cities in the county that are becoming urbanized. And so the idea would be to create something that I don't think would be too far-fetched, and that we have perhaps a similar model in the work that we do with the city and GRPS, but an idea to, again, bring the county and the city closer to work on an issue that I think has unfairly been focused too much on the city. And it's not that I want to bring light to the community violence that's occurring in the county, but again, the goal is to be able to work on these things together. The fact that you would have, I think, access to more resources. I know that we have a county sheriff and that has been very out front and been very vocal around issues of community violence. Again, our prosecuting attorney at the county, Chris Becker, has been very present, very vocal. I just think it's a great opportunity, maybe even the inclusion of KISD as well. But I'm just, again, throwing it out there, and I think that I would like to suggest that we give that some good hard thought as a body in looking to create something like that that would, I think, serve an even greater purpose. So.
It's an interesting idea. I'm curious if it was explored. It reminds me, some of us remember this, like 20 years ago, the county led a violence prevention coalition through the health department, because they, at the time, were very vocal about violence being a public health issue, and they actually dedicated full-time staff to the effort. Brandon, did you have any conversations about that recommendation?
So we looked at the original SAFE report recommendations, which are countywide recommendations. They're not limited to the city. But in this presentation, or for this project, we were looking at alignment with the city's plan. Okay. So the major work that we were looking at is where's the city's power, right? Where do we actually have influence as we move forward? Because one of the things with the original report was the city took some action regarding some things, but there were so many other areas that the city just did not have the authority over, but it was a part of our report. Right? That it was one of those things that we wanted to see happen. How can we be held accountable for things that are being recommended that we don't have authority over? So for that reason, as we talked about alignment with the city's processes and the city's plans, we did not explore that as a recommendation for this time, but it was most certainly included in the initial report thought process.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. It reminds me of Commissioner Lanier and my conversation about lead poisoning, right? That we have a role to play, but really it's a countywide issue and we need it to be multi-jurisdictional. Commissioner Moody and then Commissioner Lanier.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Davis, thank you for this report. When I first got on this board, the number one thing that I'd asked once, and the moment that I got here, was what was SAFE? What was SAFE Task Force about? Commissioner Lanier took the opportunity to sit down and explain to me what it was about, and so did Mr. Kane. As on the 27th, when we made the recommendation to consider SAFE Task Force to be under the public safety, one of the biggest things that we didn't really do was have a general conversation about it. We should have really sat down and had some conversations, talked about what does that look like, or even had an opportunity to talk with those individuals who are part of SAFE. I took the liberty to talk with some of the members who participated in some of the pitch nights. What I don't want to see happen is them losing their enthusiasm to be able to receive funds. They don't get a whole lot of money in the first place to receive funds to do their task. that's where I'm at. So in reference to the city commission and putting it under the public safety, I just want to make sure that I understand and get clarity that the public does not miss or lose out on having the opportunity to participate in putting their programs together to help the community with whatever violence or curbing violence within itself.
Thank you, Commissioner. With each of the three recommendations, nothing in the recommendations will prevent the current structure of pitch nights from continuing on. Each recommendation speaks more to the governance level of what the board itself or the task force or whatever it's called at that point looks like and how it operates, but the actual ability to do pitch nights and to continue to fund those type of programs are not implicated by the structures proposed.
Now, with that being said, there is a chairperson for Safe Task Force, correct?
Commissioner Sassi.
Yes.
Now, does Commissioner Sassi loses her position?
Well, it would depend on what structure. So the first thing is, currently it's a task force. So because it's a task force, it doesn't go through the formal appointment process that the other boards and commissions go through. I think with any of these recommendations, each of these recommendations would formalize the process. And then I think it depends on what the language is in that commission policy. I mean, most commission appointments for chairs come through the mayor. So I think some of those questions are left to be determined.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good questions. I think that's why that governance component is really important. Commissioner Lanier, who's really led this charge and been a part of it since its inception.
Yeah, I didn't have my hand raised, so if there was someone else on this side that did, I do have something to say. But I didn't want to get ahead of anybody else.
So Commissioner Sassi?
Yes.
And then Commissioner
People don't want to speak? Wow.
Commissioner Redpath after that.
Surprised. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, and I know this obviously is an undertaking. And also, I think when we're talking about our public safety efforts from, what has happened over the last year, community is looking at us to say, how are we going to be different? And so, I had the honor of being on the inaugural Safe Task Force as a resident voice, thanks to Commissioner Lanier. I also had the pleasure to serve on the Public Safety Board as a resident neighbor, and then now to sort of come back to this work. I think, quite honestly, to hear that the public safety body had taken that vote when we were sort of in this process was demoralizing. I'll be perfectly honest about that. Because I think we're always trying to figure out what is, I don't want to say consensus, but what is the path forward, knowing that there's, different commissioners around the table, different city managers, different, even people in the community. So that, I do want that to be noted for the record, because I think that public safety body has been about, at least when I was on there, getting reports, asking questions. It wasn't necessarily focused on sort of the prevention pieces or the neighborhood pieces. It was sort of like for the good of the order, getting those annual reports and saying, okay, how are we understanding sort of operationally what's happening on a public safety level? So I feel like we're trying to merge things that are two different things. And that's my challenge. Always looking for a way, today we just recommended $50,000 to continue work on economic development efforts of the city. I think that's money well served. So when we think about the dollar amount of $100,000, I think that's actually a pretty small amount as it relates to prevention. As Commissioner Jones said, it is I think a point of pride that Prosecutor Becker continues to come to our meetings on a regular basis and has made himself readily available to talk through some of the things that we might be seeing that are happening sort of in a regional and state level. I think certainly, and we talked about this in appointments, and this is, I think, overall, hopefully some of the legacy of our appointments committee right now is how do we add more nuances and more protocols to make sure all of our bodies are serving us well and that we're not just sort of meeting to meet. So I am very open to making sure we have, we could even have streamlined reports so that every single body, it's not a different even style report, but you're looking at the same things and how does that feed into our strategic plan? Obviously, that takes energy and people and all those sorts of things, but I think that would serve us well. For me, I don't want to get, the chair is just a title for me, and really I have to give kudos to Mr. Kirby Killingham and DC Reifenberg. Quite honestly, working with the both of them where you have a commissioner, an individual who is working on the trauma that individuals face post-violent acts that maybe they engaged in or were victims of, and then the deputy chief for operations of our police force, that's also pretty monumental too. I don't want to speak for either one of them, but obviously the recommendation came as a whole. And, I think the feeling is how, and this is not relationship conflict, this is task conflict, but how do we not be penalized for some of the efforts that SAFE has been engaged in? How can we say we have been doing this work, trying to build up the relationships? I don't even know how many months it's been, Commissioner, since I've started chairing this or working with the others to chair it. But I feel like we're on this momentum and this swing of prevention, just like you have CAB, who's focused on sort of more of these policy pieces and all of the sort of what are those underliers to violence that are happening in our community, and where public safety is more focused on how do we deal with the violence that is happening, right? So I think in some ways I'm glad to see that it's sort of not a binary recommendation, that we're kind of thinking through those things. Commissioner Jones, I think certainly looking at other individuals that can come in, ultimately I think we sort of have our circle of control. I think we've got sort of that commitment. We haven't formalized that. But, I never want to say this is what I'm going to do without having further discussion. But I know what we're doing right now is moving in the right direction. It has the right people around the table. And we know after the past couple years that we have to continue to focus on prevention. I think there's a lot of excitement with Cure Violence. I know the open house is Wednesday, and all the efforts there. And I do think that we have to continue to say, what are those inputs of what creates violence in our community? And also, I think SAFE to be focused primarily on those, individuals sort of like even really age 12. I think DC Reifenberg shared with us a number of, just the individuals that they are interacting with who do have a firearm. And it's not, certainly it's older people, but, he's like, it's 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds. And I'm sorry that he's not here so that he could better say that. But I'm sure he's busy working. But it is that we have to continue to focus on that prevention piece and knowing how do we engage with young people in a very meaningful way. And so in some ways, again, I think it's prevention versus sort of dealing with what's in front of us. It's young people and versus sort of, maybe those who have been more engaged in systems. And I hope that we can think forth of what is something that keeps the momentum of the people who have been coming back to SAFE while recognizing that, I kind of don't, the whole idea that there's like too many committees. We have 40 committees that we are going to be reviewing with 100 people before the end of the year. So we are a complex organization with city dollars, tax dollars, federal dollars, state dollars flowing through. So the thought of like, if we get SAFE, then we'll get to that, that just doesn't ring true to me. And that wouldn't be sort of how I would make my decision. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. I want to respond to a couple things. One, thank you for your honest feedback. And I want to be very clear from my perspective, and I know it's shared around this table, is that the work that SAFE has done has been very valued and appreciated, and there is a commitment to violence prevention efforts. I think what before us today is really thinking about the future of governance and what does that look like? And I appreciate you sharing your thoughts about the recommendation from the Public Safety Committee. So, but I want to just be very, very clear that it's in our strategic plan. We've funded a lot of initiatives related to violence prevention. That work I will continue to support. I think the big thing is governance as we move forward. So, Commissioner Ruppert?
Yeah, just a comment, a couple quick questions for you, Brandon. First, I too want to affirm the work of SAFE and what it's brought forward, and I can see that obviously there's competing recommendations. I can see that the staff is trying to present a reasonable compromise in terms of how to do that. So a couple of questions, because you talked earlier about in the future for public safety discussions and votes that they would be bifurcated. Commissioners said this, the citizens said this. For this particular recommendation, that's the three commissioners, is that correct? Or did that include the other members of the Public Safety Committee?
It's the three commissioners.
Okay. And then the question that I have about, the recommendation from city staff is, it is outlined how some of those appointments will be made in the other recommendations, and there is kind of a hat tip to the initial appointments, but what will the appointment structure look like under the staff recommendation, or is that something that's to be determined in the future?
So that's something that has to be fleshed out in the entire commission policy that would govern it, right? So if we look at any of the commission policies regarding any of our board and commissions, we detail what that appointment structure would look like. The staff recommendation here is the initial appointments to come out of SAFE, because one of the great things about the current SAFE structure is that it does have those subject matter experts in that space. I see great reason for us to continue to pull from subject matter experts to serve in that space, but it would have to be completely fleshed out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brandon. Commissioner Lanier?
Thank you so much, Mr. Davis, for the presentation. Commissioner Ruppert asked one of my questions, which was how are the citizens voting now and those specifics. I want to come alongside Commissioner Isasi's remarks, especially regarding the vote that took place with public safety, and to Commissioner Moody's remarks without any conversation. So I think when she talks about the vote being demoralizing, that wasn't what I would describe as demoralizing for just her, but for SAFE. And as we were having the conversation, I think everybody was just shocked that through this process, that type of a vote would take place from, quite frankly, people who had never come to it. Well, I think Commissioner Jones came to one SAFE meeting, but that was it. So there was no dialogue with the SAFE task force to make such a bold, what I would consider a bold recommendation. And I think, the other point that Commissioner Isasi made about, I personally sat on the public safety board, and I sat on there when we had citizens a part of that, and was a champion of getting citizens to be a part of that. And just as Commissioner Isasi described, it was a body that received reports, including reports from SAFE. So SAFE was one of the bodies that regularly reported, I think quarterly or something like that, to the public safety body. So they were providing reports just like police and fire were providing reports. I think the other thing is it feels as though for me that with SAFE is being penalized for still being a task force, as though it was the task force's responsibility to undo that. And it wasn't. So SAFE was functioning the way it had been designed to function without any direction about what the next step will be. And so, similar to the neighborhood work that we're doing, we had a task force that does that work. There are still committees coming together every year to plan the neighborhood summit, because that was kind of what birthed out of that task force. So SAFE is doing exactly what it was designed to do, which is to continue to have conversations with grassroots, grass top people in the same space talking about the same issues, which does not happen. They don't sit in the same room together typically and can't have the conversations that they have today under the recommended structure from the Public Safety Committee, nor the recommendation respectfully from OPA through its work. And I wish you all could have heard some of the comments. And I think, Brandon, I think you've done a really good job at trying to express the passion that came from all of the persons that Commissioner Jones named. And then in addition to that, all of the grassroots organizations who were concerned about what this means for them and the time and energy that they've put into this. Many of them have been there since the beginning and have served faithfully for a number of years. I think the other thing is SAFE has produced some great impact in this city, from human trafficking efforts to the gun buyback, to people like DeAndre that's sitting in the audience, who was a part of an organization that was awarded something through Pitch Nights, through the parenting efforts, and even being able to hear from the practitioners who are doing the work, what was missing when you were doing that work. SAFE's work has always come through the Committee of the Whole or Fiscal. So there's been no secret. This transparency thing, I think, is cute, but there hasn't been any secrets about the work of SAFE. It's always come through this body or Fiscal, which means this body ultimately votes on it every single time an action has taken place. SAFE, as Mr. Kane just mentioned, he talked about the reports that are updated on the website. Those are the most recent reports, because we were on a hiatus because of COVID and didn't fund anything else. So everything that's been funded has been reported. No secrets there. So it has been, it's probably more public than our public safety. Because if it were not for the media who sometimes come to those meetings and report out, we don't really hear, the community doesn't hear what happens in public safety. But SAFE's work is in the community. It is, available for people to engage with and interact with. And then I'll end with, in fall of 2019, the SAFE Task Force had gone through a process of updating its process. So speaking to the questions I think you were asking, Commissioner Reppert, about, who's on SAFE, those were some of the discussions that we had. That's when we had the discussions about our co-chair structure as opposed to a chairperson, which I was happy to serve the years that I did serve as chair, but during that time in 2019, it was like, we need a co-chair model. We, in addition to that, added who was going to be, what types of personalities needed to be present on the SAFE Task Force. And so all of those things were spelled out in a guiding document that outlines SAFE's work. Again, no secret, it's there. The work has been done. I think to someone else's, I think maybe Commissioner Isasi's point about funding, and it's underfunded. And I think that was a really good analogy, Commissioner, to talk about the $50,000 decision that we just made, and then looking at the dollars that SAFE receives annually. If we value prevention, and if we value pouring into grassroots organizations who are doing the work on the ground every day, then we, there's, I don't know if it's whose adage it is, but, show me your pocketbook, show me your checkbook, show me your wallet, where you spend your money, and that'll tell me what's important to you. And how we're funding this body of work through SAFE, which is the only method that we're funding it in this way, it says that we're not valuing this type of work as an organization. So I just wanted to kind of go through those points. And I want to make sure that publicly I support the recommendations from the SAFE Task Force, as I am still a member of the SAFE Task Force, and the recommendation to become its own body and permanent. Because again, if we knew what the steps were of becoming a permanent structure within the city government, and that how it exists currently wasn't the best way of doing that, then why wouldn't we have said, this is what we want to do? So again, it just feels like there's been more of an attack than it has been conversations about that work, how we're structured. And I don't know who's concerned, but all of what's out there, all of what I'm saying is out there for anybody to see and read and to participate in. And so I just want to affirm the actions, the unanimous decision of the SAFE Task Force to want to become its own separate committee structure for the city of Grand Rapids, because its work is unique. It does not receive reports, and that's it. I think the action that the public safety body took to absorb SAFE into its structure was the first and only decision that public safety has ever made, which speaks to the inactivity or the difference in how these two entities are structured. Let me just make sure all of my notes are covered. And then I think the other piece is that SAFE has always had 3 commissioners from each ward, welcome to participate in it. And we had members from the first ward at some point, and there was inactivity after that. And that isn't something that, we're okay with having a commissioner from the first ward to participate. And if a member of the first ward would like to, that's always been a part of the structure as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. I want to respond to a couple things. One, I want to be very clear that it was never my intent, and I know city staff's intent, as we asked them to analyze the different committees and boards and task force related to public safety, to ever have anyone or any of the groups feel attacked. That wasn't the intent. As we have worked through a lot of public safety issues, especially this past year and a half, there's been confusion and requests for clarity and how are these all aligned, especially with our strategic plan that has some really, I'd say, clear objectives and goals related to public safety, along with the department strategic plan, the citywide strategic plan. So I just want to be really, really clear that that wasn't my intent. And if anyone felt that way, I am sorry. That just wasn't the intent. I do think that figuring out a governance structure is important, especially moving forward. I recognize the work of the task force has continued and has created a lot of good work. And thinking about what that looks like is really my ultimate goal today, is governance and even appointment of individuals, and that it's a little bit more structured. So I'll turn to others to respond. Again, today is not about making a decision. Today's about an update. I know I have a lot of information to consider, to think about how best to move forward. And I would like that to be something that this body can coalesce around. Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I think, again, I've been the critic, right? Like, that's who we're talking about. I've been, it's not that I'm not against SAFE. I just, as someone who's had the opportunity to serve on the Public Safety Committee twice, and you read the responsibilities of the Public Safety Committee as, charged with considering and making recommendations on matters concerning public safety. And we don't do that. We just take reports in. We don't actually do the work that we're doing, right?
Then dissolve.
Well, I'm saying this is
All
a
public safety. Make that vote.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I told the mayor.
Add that
All right,
to your recommendation.
this is an update. We're not going to make a recommendation today.
This is in our standing rules. SAFE is not. SAFE is a mayoral task force. So if we have a body that's tasked with doing something, and there's a task force that's also has essentially the same task, then why not give the structure to something that actually is an actual standing committee of the city commission that's in our standing rules? I'm not trying to take anything away from anybody. I'm just saying budgetary decisions just get given to SAFE with minimal oversight. That's not how it should work.
And I don't want to disparage the work of public safety or SAFE. I served on public safety for a long time as well. We have worked hard as a body to evolve that body to be more engaged and proactive and make recommendations to this full body, and they've actually made a couple of recommendations that came before us. And we knew when we made the changes to public safety a number of years ago that we would learn from that. And the intent And I remember us talking about this at length. The intent was to strengthen public safety and have more community engagement, and also to bring in some of the work happening even beyond safe and public safety and internally. I mean, we have neighborhood associations that get funded to do crime prevention work. We have a police department that does community engagement work, and it is out doing proactive policing specifically around violence prevention efforts. We now have Cure Violence in partnership with Urban League. There's a lot of different aspects to violence prevention that we are working on. And I think it's important that there is a process for all of that to be aligned and for all of us to know the impact of that work and those investments that we're making throughout our community. So this is a good update. I think all of us will have some time to think about the recommendations that were provided today, and then we can follow up. If we have specific questions, we can follow up with Mr. Davis or our city manager as we think about how best to move forward. It's not an urgent decision that we make, so we have time to really think through this and spend more time on it, which I believe that we clearly need to do. So, City Manager, any final thoughts before I close and go into executive session?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. We appreciate the dialogue. This is a very important conversation, and when this body asked the question, it was asked very disruptively. You ask a disruptive question around governance and alignment with the expectation we would evaluate and try to improve. And the context in which that was done was when there was a lot of discussion around public safety, both in response and prevention. And I was often asked during this process, this has been a year of work, what's the status? Why is it not accelerated in recommendation? You see some of the dynamics. So as with anything that when you have disruption, what I hope we can evaluate is what can we do to improve? What can we stop? What can we start? What can we scale? And I think there's opportunities. That's what the staff attempted to do in bringing the best from both systems, if you will, and we'll continue to do that. What I'm pleased to hear is that we're not going to stop doing either one in the interim. The work of the Public Safety Committee will continue. The work of SAFE has continued. We continue to be supportive of it as we try to figure out a way to integrate, is what I've heard, for better government, for governmental excellence. And I do recall there was another element of not just, the governance, but sustainability. How do we make sure the community engagement part continues beyond the legacy of any one person that's on this dais, either mayoral or commissioner. So this is it. Where we are today is kind of evolved a little bit from the original intent, but I think the evaluative work is good, and we will continue to do that. I appreciate the feedback here today. We'll go back and reevaluate what we've heard today to see if there are other ways to improve upon public safety.
Thank you, City Manager. All right.
I just have a process question, Mayor, so it's not on the debate, but today in appointments, we did talk about the fact that there are a number of public safety openings. So those are one-year appointments, as a reminder, and City Clerk gave some wisdom that it probably is because it's part of the standing rule, so like the other appointments that you have, so, year over year. So while I appreciate, we're going to have our mid-year review tomorrow. Obviously, we'll get into budgeting season here shortly. So I'm open to the thought of how do we not rush things? There's a lot of priorities, but also there are some elements around our appointments piece that we were sort of holding on to because we knew that this work was coming forward. And I in my head, I was thinking that we would have some action by the end of the year. So if that is not the case, and I know City Manager, you talked about going back with Mr. Davis, then I'd like us to, I just don't want that body to not have individuals, right? If this is sort of the way it is right now, because some of those are being held because we didn't know what was going to be proposed. So just like a point of order.
Okay, so that's good to know and consider. And I think we should look at because we have 3 more meetings for this year, and then we have a full day tomorrow with our workshop. So I'll look at timeline and think about whether that's realistic or not, or if this is something that we'll revisit closer to the end of the year, 1st of January. So it's a good point. I'll consider that. City Manager, you have thoughts on that?
I do. I don't see why we would hold up appointing people to a committee or a commission that's currently authorized if we're not prepared to take action in the near future on this. And by the discussion today, it does not seem that this body is at a point of, to your point, Commissioner Sassi, I mean, we'll talk more about it tomorrow, talk more about it tomorrow, but I'd like to think about it as well and take more time to reflect on it.
Yeah, I'm not prepared today, and I probably won't be tomorrow, because I know we have a number of other topics that we want to address. But I'll connect with City Manager and with Mr. Davis, and then I'll get back with you on that. But I think too, if there are individuals that, because the 6 of you appoint people to Public Safety Committee, if there are individuals that you want to continue to serve or would like to serve on that body, I would say I would move them forward.
Yeah, we don't have anybody right now. I think when this started, I don't have the notes from when we started, but I do think there was a expectation that this was going to be decided by the end of the year. I mean, that was at least my feeling. So I don't think we haven't held anything up, but we have continuously brought that up as we are looking sort of systemically at appointments, just how do we communicate different and better? How do we make sure we've got, right attendance, all these cadence pieces. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to continue that into next year to solidify that. But I just sort of a point of order that I didn't want to forget that because City Clerk reminded us today.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I will close by saying that I really appreciate the work that the Appointments Committee is doing around that. I could not agree more that the agendas and reports should be streamlined. They should be not only on our website, people should be able to sign up to get electronic notifications of those agendas and those minutes. So I think there's some work to do to improve across the board when it comes to engagement with boards and commissions. And you all have done a great job of really moving that forward. So I appreciate that. Okay, so in closing, I'll see if Brandon has anything else to add. I appreciate all of the information. We can follow up with the city manager and then we'll look at a timeline on when best to bring forward a recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commission, for the feedback today. It is very helpful. I do want to point out we heard consensus around a lot of recommendations today, particularly around the Civilian Appeals Board, which I think is a major step for our organization. It gives us space to begin to make some major change in an area in which this commission and the public have been talking about for some time. And we'll talk to bring forward at the appropriate time the remainder of the recommendations.
Yeah, thank you. Asante?
Just one moment, because it was said that we all are for violence prevention and continuing that in some form. We do have a pitch and highlight night that's going to be November 17th at Ottawa Hills High School. Come out, let's hear these ideas that the community brings forward so we can reduce violence in our community. It's at 6 o'clock, November 17th at Ottawa Hills High School. Thank you.
Yep, so that's next week. Thanks. All right, with that, we'll close our committee of the whole. And then commissioners, why don't we take a 5-minute break? So maybe at 12:10, that will give us a chance to get something to drink if we need or a snack. We'll go down to 6:01 for our executive sessions. All right?